Discussion on verses 1 to 54 of 54. The full meaning of the opening verse is unknown to people. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 1.
Mim.
Nonetheless, this suggests that the Holy Quran is composed of the specific Arabic letters and expressions familiar to the Arabs who were its first recipients. It becomes clear that they had no legitimate basis to question its divine source, as they fully comprehended its language and personally witnessed its unmatched eloquence. Despite being highly skilled authorities in Arabic and taking immense pride in their linguistic mastery, they were unable to produce even a single work equal to the Holy Quran in depth of meaning, clarity of expression, or perfection of guidance. Their failure to rival it, despite possessing every possible linguistic advantage, stands as a lasting and undeniable proof of its divine origin. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 23.
And if you are in some doubt concerning what we sent down upon our special devotee, then bring one chapter like it, and call upon all your helpers beside Allah if you are truthful.
This may help explain why the Holy Quran is mentioned immediately in the next verses. Its deliberate placement emphasizes that the very scripture revealed to those individuals, constructed from the same familiar letters and language they themselves employed, serves as the clearest evidence of its divine origin and the strongest response to their ongoing doubts. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verses 2 to 3.
A revelation from the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. A book whose verses have been explained, an Arabic Quran for a people who know.
Even if a person were to reach the very summit of Arabic eloquence, their speech would still be incapable of matching the vast wisdom of the Holy Quran, in its insight into the human psyche and the cultivation of moral excellence. No human work can mirror its perfect balance of simplicity and depth. It contains layers that test the most accomplished scholars while remaining sufficiently clear for any sincere seeker to implement in daily life. The Holy Quran is unique in its capacity to convey profound and abstract realities, in a form that is both practical and universally applicable. It reaches into the depths of human nature, presenting a timeless system that remains relevant to every individual, society, and age. Every verse testifies to its divine origin, through unparalleled precision and an eloquence that rises above all human expression. Unlike other writings that may contain inconsistencies or contradictions, the Holy Quran is fully safeguarded from error by Allah, the Exalted. It presents an accurate and flawless account of ancient nations, even though it was revealed through the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who possessed no formal learning in history or earlier scriptures. Moreover, the Holy Quran functions as a complete guide for the betterment of humanity, encouraging all that nurtures life and forbidding all that causes harm. It establishes justice and balance within both the individual and the wider community, free from the exaggerations commonly found in myth or poetry. Every verse is deliberate and invigorating. With repeated recitation, new dimensions of meaning and wisdom continually emerge. By anchoring its promises and warnings in reason, and by translating virtues such as patience into achievable practice, the Holy Quran makes divine guidance accessible, comprehensible, and attainable for all. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 2.
A revelation from the entirely merciful, the especially merciful.
The Holy Quran calls humanity to understand the fundamental purpose of existence, to serve Allah, the Exalted, with sincerity by employing every blessing bestowed upon them in the pursuit of His pleasure. Through such devoted obedience, individuals attain inner peace and true success in both this world and the hereafter, reaching a state of balance in which the mind, body, and soul function in their proper harmony. For those seeking lasting peace and fulfillment, the Holy Quran illuminates the straight path with unmatched clarity and elegance. Its guidance is perfectly aligned with human nature, remaining timeless and applicable across all societies and generations. When sincerely accepted and practically implemented, it offers complete solutions for every dimension of human life, addressing emotional, financial, and physical challenges while harmonizing personal needs with the welfare of society. History itself bears witness to the profound transformative power of these teachings, as communities that sincerely upheld its message rose to remarkable levels of justice, wisdom, and collective tranquility. Most striking of all is the divine preservation of the text. Across the passage of centuries, not a single letter of the Holy Quran has been changed, for Allah, the Exalted, has promised to protect it forever. Chapter 15 Al-Hijr, verse 9.
Indeed, it is we who sent down the message, i.e., the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
No other work in human history shares this unparalleled distinction. Allah, the Exalted, addresses the deepest and most recurring challenges encountered by every civilization, offering solutions that are both decisive and enduring. By treating these root issues, the Holy Quran either prevents or resolves the countless secondary problems that naturally stem from them. This clearly reflects the perfection and totality of its guidance, as it contains every foundational principle required for the well-being, stability, and moral growth of both the individual and society at large. Through sincere adherence to its teachings, humanity attains true success in this world, and secures everlasting salvation in the hereafter. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things.
This constitutes the most significant and enduring miracle bestowed by Allah, the Exalted, upon His final messenger, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The profound guidance and vast benefits of the Holy Quran remain accessible exclusively to those who approach it with sincerity, humility, and a genuine quest for truth. Individuals who permit personal whims and worldly inclinations to dictate their engagement, accepting only what aligns with their biases while disregarding or opposing what challenges them, find themselves increasingly distanced from its transformative and elevating influence. Such a selective approach to submission results in nothing but confusion, failure, and profound regret, both in the present life and in the hereafter. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 1.
Ha-Mim.
This chapter begins with isolated letters, a feature shared by various parts of the Holy Quran, the ultimate significance of which remains exclusively with Allah the Exalted. These openings serve as a profound testament to the finite nature of human perception, underscoring the vital need for a humble approach toward divine discourse. By presenting these mysterious letters, the text confirms that the Holy Quran is a direct manifestation of divine revelation rather than a product of human effort, existing far beyond the total reach of mortal cognition. A heart becomes truly capable of absorbing the scripture's profound insights only when the individual acknowledges the boundaries of personal intellect. In contrast, those who approach the Holy Quran with a sense of intellectual superiority, relying solely on personal logic and dismissing what they cannot immediately grasp, frequently fall into a cycle of skepticism and uncertainty. When such individuals face concepts that transcend human rationalization, they often resort to outright rejection, convoluted reinterpretations, or the warping of meanings. Such reactions are not indicative of any flaw within the Holy Quran, but rather reflect a spiritual blindness born of ego, which prevents the heart from witnessing the truth. The interaction between a human being and the Holy Quran is much like the bond between a dedicated pupil and an enlightened instructor. A modest learner gains value even from complex or obscure lessons, maintaining faith that persistence will eventually bring clarity. Conversely, a prideful student filters knowledge through existing biases, effectively severing their connection to authentic enlightenment. True mastery of the Holy Quran is reserved for those who offer it their reverence and an open spirit. This state of humility fosters internal serenity and synchronizes the mind and body with the wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. It allows people to understand the proper role of every life element within the divine order. Ultimately, submission before the Holy Quran is a necessary journey towards spiritual equilibrium, lasting peace, and triumph in both the current life and the afterlife. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 1.
Ha-Mim.
Because letters constitute the fundamental building blocks of human discourse and the sharing of information, the commencement of this chapter may be interpreted as an emphasis on the vital role of knowledge in the human experience. It functions as a reminder that a sound intellect is indispensable for both fulfilling earthly responsibilities and grasping spiritual realities. Every individual is tasked with the pursuit and implementation of beneficial knowledge, a duty explicitly highlighted in the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, regarding personal obligations. Ignorance serves as a direct path to deviation and mistake, as those deprived of understanding cannot differentiate between reality and deception, nor can they protect themselves from ethical decline. However, the mere accumulation of facts is insufficient. Knowledge only reaches its true potential when it is manifested through action. Information that remains unpracticed is like a map that is never consulted. While it identifies the way to success, it cannot transport anyone to their goal unless the journey is actually undertaken. Just as a traveler must traverse the terrain outlined on a map, a person must integrate what has been learned into their life to achieve authentic guidance and spiritual growth. Consequently, beneficial knowledge must be both gathered and embodied. It is meant to polish an individual's character, cleanse their motives, and govern their conduct. When insight is transformed into deed, it evolves into a guiding light that benefits both the individual and the surrounding society. Through the dedicated search for and the living application of such wisdom, a person secures true prosperity in this life and eternal peace in the hereafter, by the will of Allah the Exalted. Chapter 62 Al-Jumu'ah, verse 5.
And then did not take it on, did not act upon knowledge, is like that of a donkey who carries volumes of books.
The subsequent verse illustrates the most exalted and comprehensive guidance ever bestowed upon mankind, establishing that all other branches of learning find their ultimate completion and refinement within the divine insights of the Holy Quran. This celestial wisdom provides an integrated framework that governs every facet of human existence, seamlessly merging temporal duties with eternal spiritual objectives. By dedicating oneself to these principles, an individual achieves a state of equilibrium and steadfastness across both the mental and physical realms, ensuring that every social tie, obligation, and personal aim is organized according to its rightful significance. Through such a harmonious and intentional way of living, people reach a state of genuine flourishing in the present world, and are granted the certainty of eternal triumph in the life to come, by the mercy and grace of Allah the Exalted. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 2.
A revelation from the entirely merciful, the especially merciful.
To derive genuine benefit from the Holy Quran, engagement must align with the methodology and practices of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This involvement transcends the mere precision, a consistent recitation. It demands a profound internal effort to grasp the meanings and manifest that guidance within every facet of daily existence. Since the Holy Quran is not merely a spoken text but a comprehensive and functional manual for living, recitation alone remains insufficient. Its capacity to transform is unlocked only through action. Much like a map which holds no utility unless a traveler adheres to its path, the Holy Quran provides direction specifically to those who execute its instructions. Furthermore, it is not a tool for materialistic gain. Utilizing specific verses solely to acquire wealth, progeny, or status undermines its true objective, as temporal blessings possess their own divinely established means. Instead, the Holy Quran educates humanity on the balanced and virtuous utilization of every blessing bestowed by Allah the Exalted. Those who embrace its path with sincerity cultivate a profound harmony of mind and body, directing their lives with wisdom. Such individuals effectively prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, securing tranquility and equilibrium in both this world and the hereafter. Thus, the Holy Quran stands as the zenith of knowledge and the definitive guide to righteous living, reshaping hearts and societies through active devotion. Regardless of the sophistication a civilization achieves, or the depth of its expertise in psychology, biology, and sociology, the creation of a code of conduct that perfectly mirrors human nature and addresses every possible circumstance remains an impossible human feat. Humanity continues to uncover fundamental aspects of its own biology, such as the specific functions of the brain, and therefore lacks the total insight necessary to construct a flawless moral framework capable of guaranteeing universal justice and inner peace. This limitation is an inherent trait of the human condition, as human knowledge is inevitably fragmented, evolving, and constrained by narrow perspectives. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses the absolute and infinite knowledge required to institute a code of conduct that is perfectly synchronized with human nature and universally applicable across all eras and environments. As the creator of all existence, his wisdom encompasses the totality of the past, present, and future. Consequently, he alone is qualified to provide the standard that definitively separates the beneficial from the harmful and distinguishes the path of peace from the road to ruin and disorder. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 2.
A revelation from the entirely merciful, the especially merciful.
History itself stands as a clear witness to this truth. Whenever the divine way of life was sincerely implemented within individuals and their communities, it consistently produced societies marked by calm, justice, and strong social harmony. This demonstrates that divine guidance is not merely a theoretical ideal or abstract philosophy. Rather, it is a practical and transformative framework that is perfectly aligned with human well-being and collective flourishing. For this reason, people must accept the guidance granted to them as an expression of mercy from Allah, the Exalted, not as a hardship or restriction. Although this guidance may sometimes conflict with personal desires or prevailing social norms, it is designed solely for the benefit of those who follow it. The difficulty lies not in the guidance itself, but in the resistance of unchecked desires. The correct attitude toward divine instruction is similar to that of a sensible patient who trusts a skilled physician. Even if the prescribed treatment is unpleasant or demands strict discipline, the patient follows it because they understand that recovery and long-term health depend upon it. They recognize that the treatment is a form of mercy, not cruelty. In the same way, the person who remains committed to the teachings of Islam, despite challenges and personal sacrifice, ultimately attains clarity of thought, emotional balance, and deep inner peace. Such a life reflects the true purpose of divine guidance, not to burden humanity but to heal it, stabilize it, and lead it toward lasting success in this world and the next. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 2.
A revelation from the entirely merciful, the especially merciful.
The people of Mecca, who rejected Islam, possessed exceptional mastery of the Arabic language, and because of this expertise, they clearly recognized that the Holy Quran could not have originated from any created being. Its depth, clarity, and linguistic precision were far beyond human capability. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 3.
A book whose verses have been explained, an Arabic Quran for a people who know.
In addition to this, they had lived alongside the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, for 40 years before he announced his mission. During that long period, they knew him to be truthful, trustworthy, and free from deception. This lifelong familiarity left no rational basis for accusing him of fabrication. Chapter 10 Yunus, verse 16.
For I had remained among you a lifetime before it. Then will you not reason?
Furthermore, it was widely acknowledged by both the people of the book and the people of Mecca that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had no exposure to earlier divine scriptures. He neither studied them nor learned to read or write. As such, he could not have accessed either their original teachings or later alterations. This reality decisively removes any claim that the Holy Quran was derived from earlier texts. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 48.
And you did not recite before it any scripture, nor did you inscribe one with your right hand. Then, i.e., otherwise the falsifiers would have had cause for doubt.
Despite this overwhelming clarity, the leaders among the disbelieving people of Mecca chose arrogance and stubbornness over truth. Although they recognized the authenticity of the message, they refused to respond appropriately to its promises and warnings. Their attitude resembled that of people who are physically present, yet spiritually deaf, unable or unwilling to comprehend what they hear. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 4.
As a giver of good tidings and a warner, but most of them turn away so they do not hear.
It is essential to recognize that good news and warnings only produce real benefit when a person responds to them through consistent and practical action. When a person acts upon this guidance by properly using the blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has granted, in accordance with Islamic teachings, they attain genuine peace of mind in both worlds. This peace is not superficial. Rather, it arises because the person develops a balanced mental and physical state, understands priorities clearly, and places responsibilities, relationships, and goals in their correct and rightful positions within life. Such a person lives with clarity and purpose, as their actions align with guidance instead of impulse or desire. As a result, they are able to manage worldly matters wisely while remaining mindful of their ultimate accountability. This balanced approach allows them to move through life with inner stability, contentment, and confidence, even when facing challenges or uncertainty. On the other hand, when a person fails to respond practically to the good news and warnings found in Islamic teachings, they continue to misuse, neglect, or take for granted the blessings they have been given. Over time, this leads them into an imbalanced mental and physical condition, where anxiety, confusion, and dissatisfaction become dominant features of their life. They struggle to organize their priorities correctly, often placing excessive importance on temporary matters while neglecting what is truly lasting and meaningful. Furthermore, such a person neglects sincere preparation for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This neglect weakens their sense of responsibility and purpose, causing them to drift through life without clear direction or spiritual grounding. As a consequence, they experience stress, hardship, and inner turmoil in both worlds. Even if they appear to enjoy wealth, comfort, or outward worldly luxuries, these external factors fail to provide lasting peace or fulfillment. Instead, the absence of practical response to divine guidance leaves them burdened with unrest, difficulty, and loss, both inwardly and outwardly. The leaders who opposed Islam in Mecca adopted a variety of tactics to discourage others from accepting it, driven largely by fear of losing their authority, status, and social influence. Rather than engaging sincerely with the message, they chose avoidance and denial. One method they relied upon was pretending that the Holy Quran was something strange and alien to them, as though it was not meant for human beings at all. They claimed that, despite hearing it recited, it had no positive impact on their hearts. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 5.
And they say, "Our hearts are within coverings from that to which you invite us, and in our ears is a heaviness."
They went even further by extending this false sense of alienation to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. They behaved as though he was unfamiliar to them and distant from their lives, despite the undeniable reality that he had lived among them for 40 years before announcing his prophethood. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 5.
And between us and you is a partition.
They employed these baseless and irrational claims as a deliberate strategy to dismiss both the Holy Quran and the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, hoping that others would follow their stance through blind imitation rather than reflection or reason. By portraying themselves as resolute and unmoved, they attempted to project an image of confidence and authority, encouraging the wider society to adopt the same dismissive attitude simply because their leaders had done so. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 5.
So work indeed we are working.
Through this statement, they sought to draw a false line between themselves and divine guidance, implying that they were firmly committed to their own path and had no need to reconsider their beliefs or behavior. In reality, this was not a declaration of strength but a manifestation of fear of losing leadership, influence, and social dominance. Rather than engaging sincerely with the message of the Holy Quran, or honestly assessing the character and truthfulness of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, they chose stubborn resistance as a shield against change. In reality, their statements were clearly irrational and dishonest, as no reasonable person could deny how well they knew the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. He was raised among them, known for his integrity, and deeply embedded in their society long before revelation began. Their claims were not rooted in confusion, but in deliberate resistance. In contrast to their assertions, divine revelation is repeatedly described in the Holy Quran as a reminder. This description is deeply significant, as it highlights that revelation is perfectly aligned with human nature. Anything that truly contradicts the innate disposition of humanity will inevitably feel foreign, uncomfortable, and restrictive. When people attempt to live by systems that clash with their natural makeup, the result is often mental strain, emotional unrest, and even physical imbalance. By contrast, Islamic teachings are divinely designed to harmonize with the essence of human nature. Because of this alignment, they feel inherently familiar rather than imposed. They nurture balance, clarity, and stability in both mental and physical states. This sense of familiarity is often especially evident in those who accept Islam after following another religion or way of life. Many describe feeling as though they are not learning something entirely new, but rediscovering truths that already existed within them. Even without extensive prior study, the teachings resonate deeply, as if they are awakening something long dormant in the heart. This is because Islam does not force an artificial framework onto human beings. Instead, it restores them to the natural state upon which Allah, the Exalted, has created all people. Other belief systems or ideologies frequently impose codes of conduct that conflict with human nature, leading to inattention, imbalance, and dissatisfaction. However, this contrast is not always immediately recognized. When a person approaches Islamic teachings with prejudice, arrogance, or blind attachment to inherited traditions, their heart can become veiled from perceiving the harmony between revelation and human nature. Yet when the same teachings are approached sincerely and impartially, divine guidance reveals itself not as a burden or restriction, but as a reminder that restores what was already meant to be there. In this way, revelation functions both as a mirror and a compass, a mirror that reflects the innate truth already present within the human soul, and a compass that guides a person toward peace of mind in both worlds. Through this guidance, a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state, and learns to place everything and everyone in life in their correct and rightful position. As mentioned earlier, the leaders among the people of Mecca who rejected Islam employed various strategies to discourage others from accepting the truth, driven by fear of losing their authority, leadership, and social influence. One such method was to cast doubt on the very human nature of the holy prophets, peace be upon them. They claimed that a holy prophet, peace be upon them, should not be a human being like the rest of society, but rather a special or extraordinary creature, such as an angel. This claim ignored the fundamental wisdom behind prophethood. The role and mission of a holy prophet, peace be upon them, are specifically designed for humanity. The primary objective of a holy prophet, peace be upon them, is to serve as a clear, practical, and living example for people in every aspect of life: belief, worship, character, family relations, social conduct, and personal struggle. This purpose would not be fulfilled by an angel, as angels do not share the human experience. They do not feel hunger, fatigue, desire, fear, or emotional strain, nor do they face the same moral and physical challenges that define human life. If an angel were appointed as a holy prophet, peace be upon them, people could easily claim that such a being was impossible to follow, using this as a justification before Allah the Exalted on the Day of Judgment. For this reason, even if Allah the Exalted were to send an angel as a messenger, he would necessarily present that angel in human form so that people could realistically relate to and emulate the guidance conveyed. Chapter 41 Fussilat verse 6.
Say, I am only a man like you.
In light of this, it is unreasonable for those people to express astonishment at the selection of a human being to convey divine guidance. Is it not natural and consistent with wisdom that a holy prophet, peace be upon them, should be from among humanity in order to guide humanity effectively? When people are immersed in misguidance and unaware of the truth, what is truly astonishing, that their Creator and Lord would take deliberate steps to guide them, or that they would be left to wander indefinitely in error? The reaction of those who rejected this wisdom reflects a deeper resistance to guidance itself. Their objection was not rooted in reason but in pride, fear of accountability, and attachment to worldly status. Thus, their astonishment at human prophethood stands as a striking example of how arrogance can blind a person to even the most evident manifestations of divine mercy and wisdom. The underlying reason for the stubborn and resistant attitude of the leaders of the non-Muslims of Mecca is clarified in the continuation of the verse. Chapter 41 Fussilat verse 6.
Say, I am only a man like you to whom it has been revealed that your God is but one God.
Although the concept of the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, appears simple on the surface, it is extremely difficult to uphold for a person who is deeply attached to worldly desires and ambitions. This is because accepting the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, requires complete submission to Him in every situation of life, whether related to worldly affairs or spiritual obligations. It demands that a person consistently obeys divine commands, and uses every blessing they have been granted in the manner outlined by divine guidance. Chapter 41 Fussilat verse 6.
That your God is but one God, so take a straight course to Him.
Furthermore, Islam calls a person toward humility, self-accountability, and sincere repentance. It requires a person to acknowledge their mistakes, seek forgiveness, and make a firm effort to abandon persistent sin. This demand often clashes with the ego, pride, and unchecked desires that dominate worldly life. Chapter 41 Fussilat verse 6.
So take a straight course to Him and seek His forgiveness.
Because this way of living conflicts with the pursuit of personal desires, status, and unrestricted freedom, many people choose to imitate the leaders of the non-Muslims of Mecca. Some openly reject Islamic teachings, while others outwardly claim belief, yet inwardly ignore its guidance in practice. As a result, such a person continues to misuse the blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has granted them. In this world, this attitude prevents a person from attaining a balanced mental and physical state. They fail to place priorities correctly, and misjudge the true value of people and things within their life. Consequently, aspects of life that are meant to be sources of comfort and support, such as family, friends, career, and wealth, become sources of constant stress, anxiety, and dissatisfaction. When hardship arises due to their own disobedience, such a person often blames the wrong causes, directing frustration toward innocent people, such as a spouse or close family members. When these supportive relationships are damaged or severed, the person's condition only worsens. Over time, this imbalance can deepen into mental disorders, emotional instability, substance abuse, and even suicidal tendencies. This reality is clearly observable among those who persist in misusing their blessings, including individuals who possess fame, wealth, and outward luxury, yet remain inwardly restless and unfulfilled. Moreover, because this attitude prevents proper preparation for accountability on Judgment Day, the consequences in the hereafter will be far more severe. While worldly comfort may temporarily mask inner turmoil, it cannot shield a person from the outcome of ignoring divine guidance. Chapter 41 Fussilat verse 6.
And destruction for those who associate others with Allah.
It is essential to recognize that false deities are not limited to physical idols or statues alone. In reality, anything that a person chooses to obey in opposition to Allah, the Exalted, effectively becomes an object of worship for them. This includes influences such as social media trends, fashion, cultural norms, public opinion, authority figures, and even personal desires. Whenever obedience is given to something in a manner that contradicts the commands of Allah, the Exalted, that obedience reflects where true servitude lies. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
The scholars and monks among the people of the book were not worshipped through prostration or ritual acts. Rather, they were obeyed when they permitted what Allah, the Exalted, had forbidden and forbade what He had permitted. This misplaced obedience was judged as a form of worship. In the same way, the Holy Quran refers to the worship of the devil. Chapter 36 Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
The vast majority of people have never directly worshipped the devil through rituals or supplication. Yet they are described as worshipping him, because they obey his whispers and follow his path in defiance of Allah, the Exalted. This demonstrates a fundamental principle. Obedience itself is a defining characteristic of worship. Whoever a person chooses to obey against the will of Allah, the Exalted, becomes their master, whether they realize it or not. If a person persists in disobeying Allah, the Exalted, they will inevitably fall into servitude to multiple worldly influences. They may become enslaved to people, public opinion, employers, societal expectations, trends, wealth, or personal desires. Attempting to satisfy numerous unjust and ever-changing masters places a heavy burden upon the soul. Just as an employee with many supervisors struggles to meet conflicting demands, a person who turns away from servitude to Allah, the Exalted, finds themselves overwhelmed, anxious, and mentally exhausted. These worldly masters are unpredictable and never fully satisfied, no matter how much effort is exerted. Over time, this imbalance erodes peace of mind. Such a person may experience chronic stress, sadness, isolation, and emotional emptiness. In severe cases, this path can lead to depression, substance abuse, and even suicidal thoughts. This reality becomes evident when observing individuals who appear successful outwardly, such as celebrities, yet remain deeply unsettled inwardly, despite possessing wealth, fame, and luxury. Moreover, yielding to these false masters offers no benefit in the hereafter. Those entities that were obeyed in opposition to Allah, the Exalted, will abandon the person entirely when accountability arrives on the Day of Judgment. They will neither defend nor assist them, leaving them to face the consequences alone. Chapter 41 Fussilat verse 6.
And destruction for those who associate others with Allah.
In order to avoid this outcome, a person must abandon all forms of obedience that lead to disobedience of Allah, the Exalted. True freedom and peace are found only in sincere servitude to Him alone. When a person obeys Allah, the Exalted, and correctly uses the blessings they have been granted in accordance with Islamic teachings, they achieve peace of mind in both worlds. This occurs through attaining a balanced mental and physical state, and by correctly placing everything and everyone in its rightful position within life. Through this singular and just servitude, a person is liberated from the burden of countless masters and guided toward tranquility, purpose, and lasting fulfillment. Allah, the Exalted, cautions that individuals who persist in rejecting or neglecting divine guidance risk far-reaching consequences. Such individuals not only destabilize their own mental and physical well-being, but they also distort the proper place of people, resources, and responsibilities in their lives. In failing to recognize their duties toward others, they may commit injustices, inadvertently or deliberately, thereby contributing to the spread of corruption and disorder in society. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 7.
Those who do not give the obligatory charity.
This imbalance is not limited to material or social dimensions, it extends to the spiritual and ethical spheres. Inner peace and societal justice are inseparably connected to the belief in accountability on Judgment Day. Without the recognition that every action will be measured, individuals may convince themselves that they are free from responsibility. This mindset encourages wrongdoing, particularly when worldly authority is absent or perceived as ineffective. In such circumstances, blessings intended for good are often misappropriated, turning wealth into a source of greed, authority into a means of exploitation, and relationships into instruments of selfish gain. The consequence is dual: individual turmoil and societal corruption. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 7.
And in the hereafter they are disbelievers.
The destructive potential of neglecting accountability is further emphasized in Chapter 29, Al-Ankabut, verse 36.
And expect the last day and do not commit abuse on the earth, spreading corruption.
Belief in Judgment Day, therefore, serves as a crucial safeguard. It disciplines desires, governs behavior, and ensures that blessings are utilized according to their divine purpose. Every action is acknowledged, every right is respected, and every injustice is ultimately revealed. This awareness cultivates humility, sincerity, and responsibility, enabling individuals to achieve personal equilibrium and contributing to justice within society. Historical experience and daily observation corroborate this principle. Societies that abandon accountability, whether divine or moral, inevitably spiral into corruption. Laws are manipulated, rights are ignored, and oppression becomes pervasive. Conversely, societies that maintain accountability, guided by both moral and spiritual principles, cultivate justice, compassion, and stability. On an individual level, the awareness of accountability ensures that blessings, wealth, authority, and relationships are directed appropriately. Wealth is invested in supporting family and community, authority is exercised with fairness, and relationships are nurtured with sincerity. Such balance fosters inner peace, as individuals recognize that they are living in accordance with divine guidance. On a societal level, accountability safeguards the rights of all members, upholds justice and secures social harmony. In its absence, chaos ensues. Resources are misused, responsibilities neglected, and oppression flourishes. Families fragment, communities deteriorate, and societies succumb to corruption. Where accountability is present, stability, prosperity, and harmony prevail. Ultimately, belief in Judgment Day transcends abstract theology. It is a practical necessity, forming the foundation for personal tranquility and social justice. Without it, imbalance and injustice dominate. With it, blessings are protected, rights are fulfilled, and peace is maintained, both in this world and in the hereafter, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 8.
Indeed, those who believe and do righteous deeds, for them is a reward uninterrupted.
Allah, the Exalted, further draws attention to certain signs within creation that clearly demonstrate His oneness and the necessity of obeying Him in every circumstance. These signs are presented to encourage individuals to adopt righteous behavior, not as an external obligation, but for their own benefit and well-being. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 9.
Say, do you indeed disbelieve in He who created the earth in 2 days and attribute to Him equals?
The formation of the earth itself reflects extraordinary balance and wisdom. Its land has been shaped in such a way that it serves multiple purposes simultaneously. Fertile areas allow for agriculture and the growth of crops, while other areas provide stable foundations for building human settlements. Observing the Earth's varied landscapes reveals thoughtful design in their altitudes. High-altitude regions, though present, are naturally difficult to inhabit due to steep terrain and thinner oxygen, making them challenging for regular life. In contrast, the majority of the Earth's surface lies at an optimum altitude, providing ideal conditions for human habitation, agriculture, and travel. Moreover, certain regions of the Earth are naturally inaccessible, whether due to mountains, dense forests, or deserts, limiting human movement and use of resources there. Despite this, most of the planet has been intentionally structured to be accessible, allowing people to benefit from its resources with relative ease. The design extends further to the distribution of essential natural resources. The Earth ensures that necessities for human life, such as water, fertile soil, and other basic provisions, are more easily reachable, whereas less critical or non-essential resources may be more difficult to access. These features of the Earth, its balance, accessibility, and the thoughtful placement of resources, cannot be attributed to chance. They are clear indicators of deliberate design, and point to the presence of a Creator, whose wisdom encompasses every aspect of creation. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 9.
That is the Lord of the worlds.
The constant rotation of the Earth, occurring at remarkable speed, necessitates structural stability for life to thrive. Allah, the Exalted, has established mountains as stabilizing pegs, securing the Earth's surface and enabling the flourishing of life. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 10.
And He placed on the earth firmly set mountains over its surface.
Mountains serve multiple essential functions beyond mere stability. They play a critical role in the natural water cycle by capturing, retaining, and purifying rainwater, including rainfall that may be acidic. This process ensures that water is suitable for human consumption, agriculture, and for sustaining animal life. Rivers and streams are naturally fed by this purified water, providing a constant and reliable supply that is crucial for survival. Importantly, this fresh water remains separate from the saline water of seas and oceans, which serves its own distinct purposes. The separation prevents contamination of seawater by decaying matter, maintaining ecological balance, and safeguarding life on Earth. Were these waters to mix indiscriminately, the delicate conditions necessary for life would be disrupted, demonstrating the precise and purposeful design embedded within the natural world. Through such phenomena, the stabilizing presence of mountains and the careful regulation of fresh and salt water, Allah, the Exalted, illustrates the intricate balance of creation, pointing unmistakably to His wisdom and the necessity of human reflection and gratitude. Through the intricately balanced water cycle and the careful design of agricultural systems, Allah, the Exalted, provides His creation with a continuous and reliable supply of wholesome provisions. These mechanisms ensure that all creatures have access to the resources necessary for life, supporting both sustenance and well-being. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 10.
And he blessed it, and determined therein its creatures' sustenance in 4 days without distinction, for the information of those who ask.
This verse emphasizes that provision has been intentionally allocated, without bias, to meet the needs of all living beings. The Earth's natural systems, ranging from rainfall and rivers to fertile soil and seasonal cycles, work in perfect harmony to deliver nourishment efficiently and sustainably. Such design is a clear indication of deliberate planning, highlighting the wisdom and care of the Creator. By reflecting on these signs, individuals are reminded of their dependence on Allah, the Exalted, and the necessity of gratitude, mindfulness, and responsible stewardship of the resources entrusted to humanity. Allah, the Exalted, highlights a profound reality for humanity. All of creation, except mankind, exists in a state of complete submission to His will, maintaining perfect balance and harmony. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 11.
Then he directed himself to the heaven while it was smoke, and said to it, and to the earth, Respond to me, willingly or by compulsion. They said, We respond willingly.
This natural equilibrium is evident throughout the universe. The rising and setting of the sun, the regular phases of the moon, and the countless planets that remain in their precise orbits, all demonstrate the seamless obedience of creation to the commands of Allah, the Exalted. Such harmony is only possible because these elements of creation are in complete submission to the divine will. In contrast, mankind does not inherently exhibit this same level of submission. Humans possess free will, and as a result, often deviate from obedience to Allah, the Exalted. This deviation prevents individuals from achieving the balance and harmony observed in the natural world. Therefore, those who seek to attain equilibrium in their own lives must emulate the rest of creation by sincerely obeying Allah, the Exalted, at all times. This obedience involves the correct and responsible use of the blessings they have been granted, as outlined in the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. By aligning one's actions with divine guidance, individuals can achieve a harmonious mental and physical state, properly organize the various aspects of their life, and prepare themselves for accountability on Judgment Day. Such conduct ensures tranquility, both in this world and in the hereafter, reflecting the same balance and harmony that permeates the universe. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 12.
And he completed them as 7 heavens within 2 days, and inspired in each heaven its command.
The absolute authority of Allah, the Exalted, over all creation, whether in the heavens or on earth, makes it clear that true peace of mind in both this world and the hereafter cannot be achieved through disobedience to Him. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, emphasized the boundless and supreme authority of Allah, the Exalted, in a hadith documented in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2516. This hadith illustrates that no part of creation can benefit an individual unless it occurs by the will of Allah, the Exalted, and likewise, nothing can cause harm unless permitted by Him. In essence, everything that unfolds in the universe takes place according to His divine decree. It is important to note that this understanding does not discourage the use of means, such as medicine, labor, or effort. Rather, it underscores that all means function according to the will of Allah, the Exalted. For example, some patients recover after taking medicine, while others do not, even under identical conditions. This difference highlights that ultimate outcomes are determined by the will of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 51.
Say, never will we be struck except by what Allah has decreed for us.
A person who truly grasps this reality recognizes that all occurrences affecting them, which are not directly connected to their actions, are unavoidable. Similarly, opportunities that are missed were not meant to be seized. This awareness encourages patience and trust in Allah, the Exalted, even when events contradict personal desires. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Such understanding transforms the way individuals relate to the world. They cease relying solely on creation, acknowledging that no one and nothing can inherently benefit or harm them without the will of Allah, the Exalted. Instead, they turn to Allah alone for assistance and protection, demonstrating sincere obedience by fulfilling His commands, avoiding His prohibitions, and confronting life's challenges with patience, as guided by the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This awareness cultivates both trust and reverence. Individuals learn to fear only Allah, the Exalted, understanding that creation itself cannot cause harm without His permission. Recognizing that all events in life and the universe originate from Allah, the Exalted, reflects a profound comprehension of His oneness. This understanding goes far beyond merely professing that none is worthy of worship except Allah, the Exalted. It involves complete reliance on Him in every aspect of life. In reality, obedience is sought because one desires protection from harm or hopes to gain benefit. Since only Allah, the Exalted, can provide true protection or advantage, He alone is deserving of obedience and worship. To obey anyone else over Allah indicates a deficiency in one's faith, as it implies belief that another entity can confer real benefit or protection. By acknowledging that the origin of all events is Allah, the Exalted, individuals are guided to direct their obedience exclusively toward Him, ensuring that their reliance, worship, and trust are properly aligned with the ultimate source of all power and provision. Chapter 10 Yunus, verse 107.
And if Allah should touch you with adversity, there is no remover of it except Him, and if He intends for you good, then there is no repeller of His bounty.
The celestial bodies offer a profound sign of the oneness and perfect governance of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 12.
And we adorned the nearest heaven with lamps.
The stars, scattered across the night sky, are not randomly placed or without purpose. Each one occupies a precise position that contributes to the harmony and order of the heavens. For countless generations, long before the development of compasses, maps, or modern technology, humans relied on the stars as dependable guides. Travelers crossing deserts, sailors navigating oceans, and explorers venturing into unfamiliar lands used the positions of stars to determine direction, seasons, and time. Even today, despite the availability of advanced navigation systems, celestial navigation remains a trusted method, taught to sailors and pilots as a backup when instruments fail. The stars follow consistent patterns throughout the year. Constellations rise and set at specific times and in predictable sequences, marking the progression of seasons. Historically, calendars were constructed around these celestial movements, and farmers relied on particular constellations to know the optimal times for planting and harvesting crops. Entire communities structured their lives around these patterns, demonstrating that such order is not random. Astronomers continue to observe that stars operate under precise laws. Their orbits, gravitational interactions, and distances are so exact that even minor deviations could result in collisions or cosmic chaos. The fact that these immense celestial bodies move in perfect harmony without crashing into one another is a clear indicator that they exist under the command of a single, all-powerful authority. Beyond their functional role, the stars also inspire reflection and contemplation. Their beauty and vastness draw the observer to consider the magnitude of creation and the grandeur of the one who fashioned it. The formation of constellations, recognized across cultures and centuries, points to a deliberate and purposeful arrangement, inviting humans to ponder the wisdom, power, and meticulous design of Allah, the Exalted. In every aspect, the celestial bodies testify to the precision, order, and sovereign control of the Creator, offering both guidance and a source of awe for those who reflect upon them. In addition, stars, planets, and other celestial bodies play a vital role in stabilizing the solar system through their gravitational forces. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 12.
We adorned the nearest heaven with lamps and as protection.
Large objects, such as planets and moons, can deflect or attract comets and asteroids that might otherwise collide with Earth. For instance, Jupiter, with its immense gravity, acts as a cosmic shield, drawing in or redirecting objects that could pose a catastrophic threat to the planet. In this way, the carefully arranged celestial bodies serve as a form of protection for life on Earth, maintaining the stability of the environment essential for survival. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 12.
We adorned the nearest heaven with lamps and as protection.
In addition, since the Holy Quran was revealed from the heavens, Allah, the Exalted, in honor of its greatness, prevented the jinn from accessing the celestial realms. Chapter 72 Al-Jinn, verses 8-9.
And we have sought to reach the heaven, but found it filled with powerful guards and burning flames. And we used to sit therein in positions for hearing, but whoever listens now will find a burning flame lying in wait for him.
And chapter 37 As-Safat, verses 7-10.
And as protection against every rebellious devil. So they may not listen to the exalted assembly of angels, and are pelted from every side. Repelled, and for them is a constant punishment. Except one who snatches some words by theft, but they are pursued by a burning flame piercing.
These verses not only highlight the protective measures surrounding divine revelation, but also condemn attempts to falsely attribute the Holy Quran to the jinn. The leaders of the non-Muslims in Mecca, like those who opposed truth before them, resorted to various desperate strategies to prevent others from accepting the message of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, fearing that their own authority, status, and social influence would diminish. One of their unfounded claims was that the Holy Quran was delivered by the jinn. Such assertions are irrational and baseless. When a person studies the Holy Quran with an open heart and an unbiased mind, its profound, precise, and comprehensive guidance becomes immediately evident, addressing the human soul with clarity, balance, and depth that no created being, human or jinn, could ever achieve. As previously discussed, the jinn were divinely barred from ascending to the heavens and cut off from the source of revelation. They were prevented from reaching the place from which the Holy Quran was sent down, making it impossible for them to influence or alter even a single word of it. This divine barrier demonstrates that claims of jinn authorship collapse under genuine reflection. The Holy Quran's perfect harmony, unmatched eloquence, timeless wisdom, and profound insights into human nature all testify unmistakably to its divine origin. The leaders of disbelief advanced such accusations not out of evidence or reason, but from fear and desperation, as they could not oppose the truth of revelation with knowledge or honesty. Their false claims were the product of anxiety over the loss of worldly influence, not the result of any authentic challenge to the divine message. Anyone who sincerely reflects upon the countless finely tuned systems within the universe, each operating with precision, harmony, and purposeful design, cannot reasonably deny the existence of a single creator who possesses absolute power and authority over all things. The intricate balance observed in every aspect of creation, from the smallest detail to the most magnificent structures, leaves no room for the notion that such perfection arose by chance. Every element, every pattern, and every law governing the cosmos points unmistakably to one all-wise, all-knowing being, who sustains and regulates all of creation with flawless control. Only a deliberate and powerful creator could maintain such a masterpiece with uninterrupted order and precision. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 12.
That is the determination of the exalted in might, the knowing.
After highlighting various signs within the universe that point to His oneness, Allah, the Exalted, invites people to reflect on the fate of past nations who persisted in disobedience. Despite their immense power, wealth, and influence, these nations left behind nothing but scattered remnants, serving as a stark reminder of the consequences of defying divine guidance. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 13.
But if they turn away, then say, I have warned you of a thunderbolt like the thunderbolt that struck Ad and Thamud.
This verse underscores the danger of living a self-absorbed life, where attention is confined solely to personal circumstances, ignoring the broader realities and lessons embedded in history and the experiences of others. Such a narrow perspective blinds the heart, preventing it from recognizing the wisdom that can be drawn from past events, personal trials, and the lives of those around us. Reflecting upon these lessons is one of the most effective ways to refine character, avoid repeated mistakes, and attain lasting inner peace by maintaining a balanced mental and physical state and correctly placing everything and everyone within one's life. For example, observing the wealthy and powerful who misuse the blessings they have been granted, only to later succumb to anxiety, depression, addiction, or even despair despite their material comforts, illustrates that genuine tranquility cannot be bought or secured through unchecked desires. Similarly, witnessing someone struggle with illness can inspire gratitude for one's own health and encourage its responsible care before it is lost. Islam therefore emphasizes mindfulness, reflection, and the extraction of wisdom from the world beyond oneself, urging people to consider the greater realities around them and to live with awareness, balance, and purposeful action. Allah, the Exalted, issues a warning against following the example of previous nations who prioritized worldly pursuits over submitting to divine guidance, even though they were repeatedly sent holy prophets, peace be upon them. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 14.
That occurred when the messengers had come to them before them and after them, saying, "Worship not except Allah." They said, "If our Lord had willed, he would have sent down the angels, so indeed we, in that with which you have been sent, are disbelievers."
This objection reflects a fundamental misunderstanding of the purpose of a holy prophet, peace be upon them. The mission of a prophet is specifically designed for humans, to provide a living, practical example of how to navigate the moral, social, and spiritual challenges of life. Angels, by their very nature, do not face human trials such as fatigue, hunger, or emotional struggles, and therefore could not serve as relatable models for human behavior. The essence of prophethood lies in demonstrating how a human being can act with faith, patience, and obedience under the conditions experienced by ordinary people. Even if Allah, the Exalted, were to appoint an angel as a prophet, peace be upon them, that angel would need to take human form in order to be a practical guide for mankind. Only in a human form can the prophet's actions, decisions, and responses serve as a tangible standard for human emulation, offering a model that individuals can realistically understand, internalize, and apply in their own lives. This illustrates the wisdom behind sending holy prophets, peace be upon them, to humanity rather than relying on celestial beings, and underscores the necessity of sincere reflection and obedience to their guidance. Allah, the Exalted, cautions people against allowing worldly resources, such as wealth, power, or authority, to create a false sense of invincibility. Human strength and influence are limited and entirely dependent upon His will, for no one can overpower the might of Allah, the Exalted, the one who grants and withdraws power at His discretion. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 15.
As for Ad, they were arrogant upon the earth without right and said, "Who is greater than us in strength?" Did they not consider that Allah who created them was greater than them in strength?
This verse stands as a powerful warning that arrogance, rooted in worldly strength, inevitably leads to error and destruction. The people of Ad, despite their exceptional physical power and societal dominance, failed to acknowledge that all strength originates from Allah, the Exalted. They mistakenly assumed that their advantages were permanent and independent, overlooking the reality that every form of power is temporary and entirely subject to His supreme authority. This delusion led them to misuse the power entrusted to them, resulting in the spread of corruption, oppression, and injustice throughout their society. Any nation that adopts such behavior, abusing authority while disregarding divine guidance, sets itself on a path toward ruin. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 16.
So we sent upon them a screaming wind during days of misfortune, to make them taste the punishment of disgrace in the worldly life.
The humiliation and destruction experienced by tyrannical societies in this world, however severe, represent only a small portion of what awaits them in the hereafter. Worldly punishment serves as a warning and a sign, but it does not compare to the greater disgrace that follows persistent arrogance and rebellion against Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 16.
But the punishment of the hereafter is more disgracing.
At that time the power, wealth, and influence they once relied upon will be utterly useless. None of the resources they accumulated, nor the status they once boasted of, will offer them protection or relief. All false supports will collapse, leaving them exposed to the consequences of their actions. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 16.
And they will not be helped.
This serves as a timeless reminder that strength without humility, authority without accountability, and power without obedience to Allah, the Exalted, led only to loss in both this world and the hereafter. However, because obedience to Allah, the Exalted, often conflicts with worldly desires and ambitions, many individuals persist in disobedience. They continue to misuse the blessings granted to them, even after receiving clear guidance that warned them against such behavior. Despite being shown the path of truth, they deliberately turn away from it. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 17.
And as for Thamud, we guided them, but they loved blindness over guidance.
This preference for blindness did not arise from ignorance, but from attachment to worldly desires and aspirations. When a person becomes deeply consumed by such desires, they gradually lose control over their actions. Instead of acting with reason and moral awareness, they become driven solely by the urge to satisfy their cravings, disregarding the harmful consequences that follow. This condition closely resembles that of a drug addict, whose addiction dominates their behavior. In pursuit of drugs, such a person may commit serious wrongs, including theft or deception, while remaining largely indifferent to the damage they cause to themselves and others. Their judgment becomes clouded, and their moral compass distorted. A similar process occurs when worldly desires, such as the pursuit of wealth, status, or power, intensify beyond moderation. What begins as a permissible aim can gradually evolve into an obsession, and eventually an addiction, that governs a person's decisions and conduct. Once this stage is reached, individuals persist in misusing the blessings they have been granted, even when clear evidence and repeated warnings stand before them. On a personal level, this results in an unbalanced mental and physical state, where priorities are distorted and everything and everyone is misplaced within their life. Because such individuals fail to prepare for their accountability on Judgment Day, their punishment in the hereafter will be far more severe. Moreover, this mindset prevents people from fulfilling the rights of others and instead encourages wrongdoing, exploitation, and oppression. As a result, corruption and injustice spread throughout society, weakening its moral foundations and leading it toward collapse. A society that collectively adopts this behavior, persistently rejecting guidance in favor of desire, renders itself deserving of destruction. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 17.
So the thunderbolt of humiliating punishment seized them for what they used to earn.
This serves as a lasting warning that loving blindness over guidance leads not to freedom or success, but to humiliation, loss, and destruction, both in this world and in the hereafter. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 17.
And as for Thamud, we guided them, but they loved blindness over guidance.
In general, those who reject faith or avoid acting upon it, do so out of an attachment to the material world and its attractions. They assume that believing in and practicing faith will limit their enjoyment of worldly pleasures, viewing divine guidance as a restriction upon their desires. As a result, they either openly turn away from faith or distance themselves from it in practice. Instead, they devote themselves to the pursuit of material satisfaction, striving to fulfill their desires without restraint, under the false belief that true happiness and peace are found in unrestricted indulgence. Because of this mindset, they often look down upon those who accept and live by divine guidance, assuming that such individuals have deprived themselves of enjoyment and freedom. They view those who discipline their actions and use worldly blessings in ways pleasing to Allah, the Exalted, as confined and oppressed, while imagining themselves to be liberated and independent. In reality, this perception is entirely inverted. True servitude belongs to those who submit to the demands of the world, while genuine freedom is attained by those who submit to Allah, the Exalted. By surrendering to Him alone, individuals free themselves from slavery to desires, trends, and societal pressures. This reality can be understood through a simple example. A responsible parent restricts a child's diet, allowing unhealthy food only occasionally while ensuring that the child follows a balanced and nutritious routine. From the child's limited perspective, these boundaries appear burdensome, and the child may feel controlled or deprived. Meanwhile, another child is given complete freedom to eat whatever they wish, whenever they wish, and in whatever quantity they desire. This second child perceives themselves as unrestricted and superior, and may even ridicule the child who is subject to rules. At first glance, it seems that the unrestricted child is happier, while the disciplined child appears constrained. However, with time, the truth becomes evident. The child who grew up without limits often suffers serious physical consequences, such as obesity, chronic illness, and poor overall health. These physical problems frequently give rise to psychological distress, low self-esteem, and social difficulties. Gradually, this individual becomes enslaved to medication, disease, anxiety, and dependence, all of which severely restrict their quality of life. In contrast, the child who grew up with structure and guidance develops physical strength, mental clarity, and confidence. This balance enables them to live freely, pursue goals effectively, and avoid many of the limitations that burden the other child. Ironically, the one who was restricted becomes independent, while the one who is free becomes enslaved. The same principle applies to faith. Those who reject divine guidance in pursuit of unrestricted desire often end up enslaved to wealth, status, social media, fashion, culture, or public opinion. These forces dictate their choices, damage their mental and physical well-being, and erode inner peace. Conversely, those who submit solely to Allah, the Exalted, attain freedom from all other forms of servitude. Through obedience to Him, they achieve balance, clarity, and tranquility of both mind and body. In conclusion, the true slave is not the one who submits to Allah, the Exalted, but the one who submits to everything else besides Him. And the truly free individual is the one who devotes themselves to Allah alone, thereby securing lasting peace, dignity, and inner stability in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 17.
And we saved those who believed and were pious.
It is essential to recognize that deliverance from hardship, turmoil, and destruction was granted only to those who supported their belief with righteous conduct. Mere verbal affirmation of faith was never sufficient on its own. One should therefore not fall into the false assumption that peace of mind and success in both this world and the hereafter will be achieved without translating belief into action. True faith requires that the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, are used correctly and responsibly in accordance with Islamic teachings. When belief is not reinforced through obedience and ethical conduct, it becomes weak and unstable, and in some cases may even fade away entirely. Faith must be understood as something living and dynamic rather than static. It resembles a plant that requires consistent nourishment in order to grow and remain alive. Acts of obedience, sincerity, and restraint are the nourishment that sustain it. Just as a plant deprived of essentials such as sunlight and water will eventually wither and die, faith that is neglected and left unsupported by righteous action may also deteriorate and perish. This loss is far greater than any worldly setback, for it deprives a person of inner peace, purpose, and ultimate success. Preserving and strengthening faith through action is therefore not optional, but a necessity for anyone seeking true stability and salvation. After recounting the downfall of earlier nations who chose persistent disobedience, Allah, the Exalted, turns attention to the overwhelming and terrifying reality of Judgment Day, when those who continue to oppose divine guidance will finally face the full consequences of their actions. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 19.
And the day when the enemies of Allah will be gathered to the fire, while they are driven assembled in rows.
In worldly life, these individuals refuse to structure their lives in accordance with divine guidance, despite the fact that such obedience would have brought them balance, tranquility, and success in both worlds. They insisted on following their own desires, rather than submitting willingly to Allah, the Exalted. As a result, on Judgment Day they will be compelled to submit, no longer by choice but by force, as every soul is brought under His absolute command. Since Judgment Day is the ultimate manifestation of perfect justice, no external witnesses or fabricated defenses will be required. A person's own body and the blessings granted to them will stand as undeniable evidence for or against them. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 20.
Until when they reach it, their hearing and their eyes and their skins will testify against them of what they used to do.
This reality completely dismantles the false assumption that judgment in the hereafter will resemble worldly courts, where outcomes can be manipulated through influence, deception, or false testimony. On that day, every excuse will be stripped away, and the truth will emerge with absolute clarity. Each individual will be judged with complete fairness and precision, based on their intentions, words, and deeds, leaving no room for injustice or denial. One must therefore remain constantly aware of how every worldly blessing is being used, particularly the body, senses, intellect, time, and resources entrusted to them by Allah, the Exalted. These blessings are not neutral possessions, rather, they are responsibilities that will inevitably speak, either in defense of the one who used them correctly or against the one who misused them. Islamic teachings provide clear guidance on how each blessing should be employed, how the body should be protected from harm and immorality, how the eyes, ears, and tongue should be restrained from sin, how wealth should be earned and spent lawfully, and how time should be invested in that which benefits both this world and the hereafter. When a person aligns their conduct with this guidance, their blessings become a source of strength, stability, and inner tranquility, helping them maintain a balanced mental and physical state, and enabling them to place every aspect of life in its proper position. In contrast, when a person disregards this guidance and follows their desires instead, the misuse of these blessings gradually produces disorder within their life. Priorities become distorted, relationships are damaged, and peace of mind erodes. The body suffers through neglect or excess, the heart becomes restless, and the intellect is clouded by impulses rather than wisdom. This inner imbalance then manifests outwardly in harmful behavior toward others, contributing to injustice, conflict, and corruption within society. Such a person may feel momentary satisfaction, but it comes at the cost of long-term harm and spiritual loss. Most critically, the consequences of this misuse do not end with worldly discomfort. On the day of judgment, when absolute justice prevails, the very blessings that were abused will testify with complete accuracy. The body will bear witness to what it was used for, the senses will recount what they pursued, and every opportunity will speak of whether it was honored or wasted. At that moment, excuses will be meaningless, and denial will be impossible. Those who failed to prepare by using their blessings correctly will find themselves exposed and helpless, facing the outcome of their own choices. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 21.
And they will say to their skins, "Why have you testified against us?" They will say, "We were made to speak by Allah who has made everything speak, and He created you the first time, and to Him you are returned."
Allah, the Exalted, continues by reproaching those who failed to utilize the blessings granted to them in the manner prescribed, and who, out of ignorance and self-delusion, assumed that the one who created them had left them free to act without consequence. Their negligence was not due to a lack of warning, but rather stemmed from a deeply flawed assumption that Allah, the Exalted, was unaware of much of what they did. This false belief led them to live carelessly, without guarding their hearing, sight, or bodies from bearing witness against them. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 22.
And you were not guarding yourselves, lest your hearing testify against you or your sight or your skins, but you assumed that Allah does not know much of what you do.
To adopt a sound and correct belief regarding Allah, the Exalted, it is essential for a person to study His divine names and attributes as revealed in the Holy Quran, and explained through the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This knowledge corrects false assumptions, and replaces heedlessness with certainty. When a person truly understands that Allah, the Exalted, is all-hearing, all-seeing, and fully aware of every intention, word, and action, whether hidden or apparent, their faith becomes firm and deeply rooted. Such understanding naturally leads to sincere obedience. A person who knows with certainty that Allah, the Exalted, is fully aware of their inner and outer state, will be mindful of how they use every blessing, including their body, senses, time, and resources. This awareness nurtures humility, responsibility, and restraint, while protecting the heart from arrogance and negligence. Ultimately, strengthening belief through knowledge ensures that a person lives with accountability, prepares for the reality of both worlds, and remains conscious that Allah, the Exalted, will undoubtedly hold them to account for all that they do. In contrast, the person who neglects to properly learn and reflect upon the divine names and attributes of Allah, the Exalted, is likely to develop distorted and incorrect beliefs about Him. Such false assumptions do not bring a person closer to guidance, rather they often fuel continued disobedience and complacency. One of the most common manifestations of this is wishful thinking, where an individual deceives themselves into believing that actions carry no real consequence. For example, a person who fails to correctly understand the nature of the forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, may persist in wrongdoing while falsely assuming that they will be forgiven regardless of their intentions, conduct, or effort to reform. This attitude strips repentance of its meaning, and turns mercy into an excuse for negligence. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 23.
And that was your assumption which you assumed about your Lord. It has brought you to ruin, and you have become among the losers.
This verse highlights that incorrect beliefs about Allah, the Exalted, are not harmless thoughts. Rather, they are destructive assumptions that lead a person toward loss in both worlds. When someone builds their life upon false hopes instead of sound knowledge, sincere repentance, and obedience, they gradually sever themselves from guidance. True safety lies in knowing Allah, the Exalted, as He has described Himself, perfect in mercy yet perfect in justice, and allowing that balanced understanding to shape one's actions, character, and preparedness for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Allah, the Exalted, warns against adopting wishful thinking, in which a person deceives themselves into believing that the punishments of the hereafter are comparable to worldly hardships and can be endured with mere patience. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 24.
So even if they are patient, the fire is a residence for them.
This verse emphasizes that no amount of endurance or resignation in this world can mitigate the consequences of persistent disobedience in the hereafter. One of the primary reasons why elements of the hereafter, such as the Day of Judgment, Paradise, and Hell, are described in such vivid detail within Islamic teachings is to eliminate the false assumptions that plagued previous nations. These nations often belittled the realities of divine punishment, mocked them, or reduced them to objects of ridicule. Their dismissive attitude stemmed from wishful thinking. They continued in disobedience while falsely assuming that salvation would be granted regardless of their conduct. Such misconceptions have taken many forms throughout history. Some relied solely on the intercession of a righteous person, believing it would absolve them without reforming themselves. Others assumed that a mere verbal declaration of faith would guarantee salvation, regardless of actions. Some imagined that excuses or delayed repentance would be sufficient to override their deeds, while many presumed that the punishments of the hereafter would be no harsher than trials experienced in this worldly life. Islamic teachings deliberately confront these false beliefs by presenting the realities of the hereafter with clarity and seriousness. These descriptions are not intended to cause despair, but rather to awaken hearts to the gravity of one's accountability, and to encourage practical obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Such obedience involves utilizing the blessings granted by Allah in ways that are pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and demonstrated through the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. By internalizing these teachings, individuals are protected from complacency and false hopes. They are guided toward a life of sincerity, responsibility, and mindfulness, ensuring that they achieve balance in both mind and body, properly organize their priorities and relationships, and ultimately secure success and safety in both this world and the hereafter. Another common form of wishful thinking, seen among both Muslims and non-Muslims, occurs when individuals persist in disobedience by misusing the blessings granted to them by Allah, the Exalted, yet convince themselves that they will be able to reconcile with Him on Judgment Day through last-minute repentance, excuses, or appeals to mercy. This mindset reflects a dangerous misunderstanding of the nature of divine justice and human responsibility. Many assume that because Allah is merciful, their past negligence, misuse of blessings, and deliberate disobedience can be undone at the final moment, without sincere effort or adherence to His guidance in the present life. They mistakenly believe that salvation is guaranteed, irrespective of their deeds, and that they can delay accountability until the hereafter. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 24.
And if they ask to appease Allah, they will not be of those who are allowed to appease.
This verse makes clear that the opportunity to earn the pleasure and forgiveness of Allah, the Exalted, through sincere obedience exists only in this worldly life. The chance to submit, correct one's behavior, and act rightly is granted while a person is alive and able to make conscious, deliberate choices. Attempting to postpone accountability until Judgment Day, relying on mercy or excuses at that stage, is entirely futile. On that day, every action, intention, and use of blessings will be fully exposed and judged with absolute justice. No intercession, play, or justification will be accepted if one has neglected the means of obedience while they were available in life. The lesson is profound and multi-layered. True reconciliation with Allah, the Exalted, can only be achieved through consistent, deliberate obedience in this life. This involves using one's body, wealth, time, knowledge, and all other blessings in ways that are pleasing to Him, avoiding wrongdoing, fulfilling the rights of others, and living with integrity, accountability, and mindfulness. Those who persist in disobedience while relying on wishful thinking not only undermine their own spiritual well-being, but also destabilize their worldly lives, misplacing priorities, experiencing mental and physical strain, and harming relationships, while also guaranteeing the certainty of punishment in the hereafter, as their own blessings and faculties will rise to testify against them. The message is therefore urgent. Salvation and true peace with Allah the Exalted cannot be delayed or taken for granted. The present life is the only domain in which obedience can be cultivated, faith can be strengthened, and every action and blessing can be aligned with divine guidance. By internalizing this reality and acting upon it, individuals shield themselves from false hopes that encourage continued disobedience, ensuring that their efforts result in harmony, balance, and success in both this world and the hereafter. Allah, the Exalted, highlights one of the greatest causes of misguidance, the influence of bad companionship. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 25.
And we appointed for them companions who made attractive to them what was before them, and what was behind them of desires.
While the appointment of such companions occurs by the will and permission of Allah, the Exalted, it remains clear that every individual possesses free will to choose their associates wisely or poorly. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and their beliefs, habits, and character are deeply shaped by those with whom they spend time. This influence may manifest immediately or gradually over time, but it is always transformative and far-reaching. Companionship is therefore never neutral. It profoundly impacts one's values, emotions, and ultimately, their outcome. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, affirmed this truth in a hadith recorded in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4833, emphasizing the powerful effect of one's companions on spiritual and moral well-being. Just as a person entering a perfume shop carries away its fragrance, or one who visits a blacksmith becomes marked by its smoke, individuals inevitably absorb the attitudes, conduct, and outlook of those they associate with. Those who keep the company of the righteous and sincere find their hearts naturally inclined toward humility, sincerity, and obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Their companions serve as reminders of responsibilities, encourage proper use of blessings, and inspire preparation for accountability on the Day of Judgment. In such environments, hearts are uplifted, intentions purified, and behavior refined. Individuals learn balance in mind, body, and spirit, and are guided toward a life of purpose, contentment, and fulfillment. Conversely, association with the heedless and misguided gradually erodes spiritual awareness and weakens the connection with Allah, the Exalted. Such companionship fosters attachment to worldly desires, misuse of blessings, and neglect of ultimate responsibilities. Over time, this influence distorts one's understanding of right and wrong, misaligns priorities, harms relationships, and disrupts harmony in life. When remembrance of Allah, the Exalted, is replaced by the pursuit of fleeting pleasures or misguided ideals, the heart becomes restless. Material comfort cannot fill the void created by spiritual neglect, and despite outward appearances of success or contentment, inwardly the individual experiences anxiety, instability, and dissatisfaction. Relationships strain, the mind becomes unsettled, and the heart carries the weight of guilt and regret. The consequences of poor companionship therefore extend beyond worldly life, leaving a legacy of confusion, spiritual corruption, and despair in the hereafter. In contrast, righteous companionship nurtures inner peace, strengthens faith, and guides one toward eternal success. For this reason, a wise person exercises discernment in their friendships, seeking those who remind them of Allah, the Exalted, and whose character inspires adherence to truth, virtue, and the proper use of divine blessings. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 25.
And we appointed for them companions who made attractive to them what was before them, and what was behind them of desires.
A further cause of misguidance occurs when people unthinkingly follow the behavior of the majority in their society, especially when the majority is influenced by a ruling or elite class, whose focus is purely on satisfying worldly desires and ambitions. Such blind conformity can be extremely dangerous, as it encourages individuals to adopt the wrong path, simply because it appears socially acceptable or widespread. Observing that most people around them disregard divine guidance, Many assume that these behaviors must be correct, adopting them without reflection, analysis, or consideration of moral consequences. History demonstrates the fallibility of relying solely on majority opinion. Societies have often been misled by widely held but erroneous beliefs, such as the misconception that the earth was flat. The majority is not a reliable measure of truth, especially in matters of faith, ethics, and moral responsibility. Acting in accordance with popular trends or opinions, without critical thought, often leads to error and spiritual misalignment. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 116.
And if you obey most of those upon the earth, they will mislead you from the way of Allah. They follow not except assumption, and they are not but guessing.
Instead of surrendering to social pressure or the whims of the majority, individuals are expected to employ the reasoning and intellect granted to them by Allah, the Exalted. Each situation should be assessed based on evidence, reflection, and sound understanding, enabling people to make informed decisions even if those choices contradict prevailing societal norms. Islam strongly discourages unthinking imitation, particularly in religious matters, emphasizing that true guidance comes from knowledge and conscious adherence to divine instruction. By carefully studying and acting upon Islamic teachings with understanding, individuals protect themselves from misguidance, strengthen their faith, and align their actions with the principles of truth and accountability, rather than the fluctuating opinions of society. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
If a person fails to seek righteous companionship, and does not guard against blindly following the behavior of the majority in their society, they are likely to continue misusing the blessings granted to them by Allah, the Exalted. This disregard for guidance and lack of discernment disrupts balance in both mental and physical well-being, leading to mismanagement of relationships, priorities, and personal responsibilities. The consequences are not limited to this worldly life. Neglecting to prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment compounds the severity of their fate in the hereafter. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 25.
And the word has come into effect upon them, among nations which had passed on before them of jinn and men. Indeed they all were losers.
As previously mentioned, the leaders of the non-Muslims of Mecca employed various strategies to prevent people from accepting Islam, motivated by fear that the spread of divine guidance would diminish their authority, leadership, and social influence. One of the most subtle yet effective methods was to distract individuals from listening to, reflecting upon, and studying Islamic teachings. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 26.
And those who disbelieve say, do not listen to this Quran and drown the hearing of it, perhaps you will overcome.
Throughout history, individuals and societies have faced deliberate attempts to divert attention away from truth, reflection, and spiritual growth. In the modern era, this distraction has become especially pervasive through the entertainment industry, which thrives on capturing human attention and shaping desires, emotions, and behaviors. Music, movies, social media, and other digital content, often filled with themes contrary to Islamic values, consume vast amounts of time and energy, subtly influencing thoughts, priorities, and perspectives. The purpose of these diversions is not merely amusement, but to prevent people from engaging with Islamic guidance and knowledge that nurture the mind, purify the heart, and strengthen the soul. By occupying attention with fleeting pleasures, individuals are gradually detached from reflection, critical thinking, and the pursuit of meaningful spiritual and moral development. The consequences of this persistent distraction are profound and far-reaching. Those who habitually immerse themselves in entertainment and superficial preoccupations begin to disengage from reality, avoiding challenges, responsibilities, and ethical obligations. Over time, this habitual avoidance weakens mental resilience, reduces patience, and diminishes the ability to cope even with minor difficulties. Without cultivating problem-solving skills, self-discipline, and spiritual grounding, individuals become increasingly vulnerable to anxiety, depression, and other mental health challenges. In extreme cases, chronic escapism can contribute to suicidal tendencies, as the mind becomes ill-equipped to manage the pressures of real life. Modern research consistently demonstrates a strong correlation between excessive engagement with entertainment-focused media, such as social media platforms, streaming services, and online games, and the rise of attention deficits, emotional instability, and impaired critical thinking. Beyond psychological harm, such preoccupation also undermines spiritual development. Neglecting the study and reflection of Islamic teachings results in the misuse of blessings, failure to prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment, and the loss of peace of mind in both this world and the hereafter. The remedy, however, is both clear and transformative: conscious prioritization of time, attention, and intention. People must recognize that endless distraction cannot provide true fulfillment or stability, and that genuine peace and contentment are achieved through purposeful reflection, learning, and action. By engaging with the Holy Quran, the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and other sources of beneficial knowledge, individuals strengthen their minds, purify their hearts, and develop clarity, patience, and resilience. This deliberate practice fosters mental toughness, spiritual awareness, and the ability to navigate worldly responsibilities effectively, while maintaining balance and integrity in all areas of life. Resisting distraction and cultivating focused engagement with knowledge and reflection is therefore essential for achieving harmony and success. Those who master their attention and pursue sincere spiritual and moral growth are protected from the insidious effects of mental and spiritual weakness. They gain intellectual and emotional stability, cultivate strong character, and maintain a meaningful connection with Allah, the Exalted. In doing so, they ensure that their actions, intentions, and use of blessings align with divine guidance, securing peace, fulfillment, and preparedness for accountability in both this world and the hereafter. Ultimately, the conscious management of attention and avoidance of empty distractions is not simply a matter of personal discipline. It is a profound form of worship, obedience, and investment in one's eternal well-being. Through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Those who deliberately seek to distract others from Islamic guidance through entertainment, in order to pursue their own worldly desires and ambitions, which Islam discourages, ultimately harm themselves more than anyone else. By encouraging distraction and indulgence in fleeting pleasures, they misuse the blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has granted them. In this world, such behavior prevents them from attaining a balanced mental and physical state, and causes them to misplace everything and everyone within their lives. Their family, friends, career, and wealth, blessings meant to provide comfort and stability, become sources of stress, tension, and dissatisfaction. Over time, this mismanagement of blessings leads to misdirected blame, as they hold the wrong people or circumstances responsible for their struggles, including loved ones such as spouses or close friends. Severing ties with those who are righteous or supportive only exacerbates their mental and emotional instability, leaving them vulnerable to depression, addiction, and even suicidal tendencies. This pattern is evident in the lives of individuals who, despite enjoying immense wealth or worldly luxury, remain trapped in anxiety, dissatisfaction, and personal turmoil. Chapter 41, Fussilat, verse 27.
But we will surely cause those who disbelieve to taste a severe punishment, and we will surely recompense them for the worst of what they had been doing.
Their failure to use worldly blessings correctly, combined with neglecting preparation for accountability on Judgment Day, ensures that the punishment they face in the hereafter will be far more severe. The ultimate outcome of persistent disobedience is not confined to temporal hardships, it extends into eternal consequences. Chapter 41, Fussilat, verse 28.
That is the recompense of the enemies of Allah, the fire. For them therein is the home of eternity as recompense for what they of our verses were opposing.
Thus, the pursuit of self-serving desires at the expense of divine guidance not only undermines one's well-being in this world, but guarantees spiritual ruin in the next. Those who mismanage their blessings, ignore reflection and obedience, and allow distraction to dominate their lives are warned that no worldly indulgence or temporary comfort can avert the severe and eternal recompense decreed by Allah, the Exalted. Allah, the Exalted, emphasizes once again the crucial importance of avoiding bad companionship and blindly following the majority, as these have historically been major causes of misguidance. Such behavior inevitably leads to distress in this world and regrets in the hereafter. Chapter 41, Fussilat, verse 29.
And those who disbelieved will then say, Our Lord, show us those who misled us of the jinn and men, so we may put them under our feet that they will be among the lowest.
This verse highlights the profound consequences of allowing oneself to be led astray, both by heedless peers and by companions whose influence encourages disobedience to Allah, the Exalted. Individuals must therefore employ the reasoning and intellect that Allah, the Exalted, has granted them, carefully evaluating each circumstance based on knowledge and evidence. Making informed, thoughtful decisions, even if they differ from the majority, is essential for spiritual, mental, and physical well-being. Adopting righteous companionship is equally critical. Good companions guide one toward ethical conduct, obedience to Allah, and the proper use of blessings in all aspects of life. They inspire reflection, accountability, and personal growth, helping one achieve balance in thought, action, and relationships, thereby cultivating peace of mind in both this world and the hereafter. Conversely, those who follow society blindly, like cattle, while surrounding themselves with companions who encourage disobedience, whether intentionally or inadvertently, risk grave consequences. Their minds and bodies become unbalanced, priorities are misplaced, relationships suffer, and they fail to adequately prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Even if such individuals enjoy worldly luxuries, these pleasures cannot compensate for the spiritual and moral decay that results from their choices, nor shield them from the inevitable trials, stress, and punishments in both worlds. To avoid the destructive consequences of misguidance, a person must prioritize obedience to Allah, the Exalted, above all else, including blindly imitating societal trends or associating with companions who lead them astray. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 30.
Indeed, those who have said, Our Lord is Allah, and then remained on a right course.
This verse underscores that true obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is far more encompassing than performing ritualistic acts of worship, such as the obligatory prayers. It extends to every circumstance, every decision, and every worldly blessing one utilizes, as outlined in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Faith is not merely an internal belief, it must be expressed through concrete actions aimed at earning the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. Acting with ulterior motives, however, invalidates one's efforts and will not be rewarded, as emphasized in a hadith documented in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154. Obedience also requires engaging with the Holy Quran in its full dimensions. First, one must recite it accurately and consistently. Second, its teachings must be understood through a reliable source or instructor. Finally, its guidance must be applied in daily life with sincere intention to please Allah, the Exalted. A devoted person aligns their character, choices, and actions with the Quranic teachings, placing them above desires and inclinations that contradict its guidance. This mirrors the example of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, as highlighted in a hadith from Sunan Abu Dawood, number 1342. Selective adherence, choosing only the commands or prohibitions that suit personal preference, reflects a lack of sincerity and prevents one from fully benefiting from the profound wisdom contained in the Holy Quran. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
Moreover, the guidance of the Holy Quran is not intended solely as a remedy for worldly difficulties. Treating it merely as a tool to solve temporal problems, then setting it aside, diminishes its true purpose, to provide guidance for salvation in the hereafter. Such behavior is akin to owning a vehicle with many features but no engine. The potential exists, but the essential function is missing. True commitment entails consistently engaging with the Holy Quran, striving to understand and implement its teachings in every aspect of life. This will ensure they obtain a balanced mental and physical state, and correctly place everything and everyone within their life, while adequately preparing for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This behavior will therefore lead to peace of mind in both worlds. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 30.
The angels will descend upon them, saying, Do not fear and do not grieve, but receive good tidings of paradise which you were promised.
In order to truly benefit from the promise of Allah, the Exalted, of granting peace of mind in both this world and the next to those who obey Him, a person must cultivate strong and living faith. Firm faith is essential for remaining steadfast in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, in every circumstance, whether during ease or hardship, prosperity or trial. Such faith does not arise from emotion alone. Rather, it is built and sustained through sincere understanding, reflection, and application of the clear guidance found in the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. These divine teachings consistently demonstrate that genuine obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is the true source of inner peace, stability, and contentment, both in worldly life and in the hereafter. Conversely, those who neglect acquiring sound knowledge of Islamic teachings often possess fragile faith. This weakness makes them vulnerable to abandoning obedience, particularly when their personal desires, social pressures, or worldly ambitions conflict with divine guidance. Their lack of understanding blinds them to a fundamental reality, that restraining one's desires for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, is not a loss, but the very path to true freedom and lasting peace. When faith is weak, obedience becomes conditional, selective, or temporary. But when faith is strong, submission to Allah, the Exalted, becomes a conscious and consistent choice, regardless of external circumstances. For this reason, it is essential for individuals to actively strengthen their faith through seeking beneficial knowledge and translating that knowledge into action. This practical commitment includes using every blessing, such as time, health, wealth, and influence, in the manner prescribed by Islamic teachings. By doing so, a person develops balance in both mental and physical well-being, gains clarity in prioritizing relationships and responsibilities, and places every aspect of life in its proper position. Ultimately, strong faith anchored in knowledge and action safeguards a person from confusion, inner turmoil, and misguidance, while leading them toward obedience, peace of mind, and success in both worlds, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verses 30-32.
Indeed, those who have said, Our Lord is Allah, and then remained on a right course, the angels will descend upon them, saying, Do not fear and do not grieve, but receive good tidings of paradise which you were promised. We were your allies in the worldly life and in the hereafter. And you will have therein whatever your souls desire, and you will have therein whatever you request, as accommodation from a Lord who is forgiving and merciful.
In order to attain this objective, a person must submit to Allah, the Exalted, in a practical and tangible manner, by correctly using every blessing they have been granted, in accordance with Islamic teachings. True submission is not confined to belief alone. It is manifested through actions, choices, and conduct in daily life. When a person lives in this way, they are granted peace of mind in both this world and the next, as they achieve a balanced mental and physical state, and learn to place everything and everyone in their proper position within their life. Nothing is overvalued or neglected, and priorities are aligned with divine guidance. Alongside this personal benefit, practical obedience fulfills another critical responsibility, representing Islam accurately to others. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 33.
And who is better in speech than one who invites to Allah and does righteousness?
This verse makes clear that calling others toward Allah, the Exalted, is inseparable from righteous action. An invitation to Islam is not conveyed through words alone, but through the lived example of one's character and behavior. This responsibility can only be fulfilled when a person actively seeks knowledge of Islamic teachings and strives to implement them consistently, allowing those teachings to shape their morals, interactions, and lifestyle. Through sincere adherence, a person gradually embodies the noble qualities emphasized in Islam, such as patience during hardship, generosity despite personal need, humility in success, and compassion toward others. At the same time, they actively work to eliminate destructive traits such as greed, envy, arrogance, and selfishness. When these virtues are reflected consistently in speech, conduct, and decision-making, they present an authentic and compelling image of Islam. In this way, Islam is conveyed through lived reality rather than abstract discussion, making its truth and beauty apparent through action rather than mere claims. Conversely, neglecting this responsibility leads to a serious misrepresentation of Islam. When a person claims affiliation with Islamic teachings but behaves unjustly, harshly, or irresponsibly, their conduct may repel others from guidance. This harm is profound, as it may discourage people from accepting or practicing obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Whether this misguidance occurs intentionally or through negligence, it carries grave consequences. A person who becomes a cause of others turning away from obedience will be held accountable for that harm in both this world and the hereafter. Therefore, practical submission to Allah, the Exalted, is not only the key to personal peace and balance, but also a trust that carries social and moral responsibility. By living Islam sincerely, a person safeguards themselves, benefits others, and fulfills one of the highest forms of righteousness, inviting to Allah the Exalted through exemplary conduct. As indicated by the concluding portion of verse 33, humility is a fundamental requirement of true obedience to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 33.
And says, "Indeed, I am one of the Muslims."
This declaration reflects humility, as it is an admission of submission rather than a claim of superiority. True humility ensures that a person constantly recognizes that every blessing they possess, whether physical ability, wealth, knowledge, status, or opportunity, has been created and granted by Allah, the Exalted. When this awareness is firmly established, a person remains cautious and sincere in how they use these blessings, striving to employ them only in ways approved by Islamic teachings. This mindset protects them from misuse, excess, and negligence. As a result, such a person attains a balanced mental and physical state, learns to place every responsibility, relationship, and priority in its correct position, and adequately prepares for accountability on the Day of Judgment. This harmony naturally leads to tranquility in both this world and the hereafter. Humility also governs how a person treats others. One who is humble does not belittle, dominate, or dismiss people, but instead strives to fulfill their rights in accordance with Islamic teachings. Through this attitude, justice, mercy, and peace spread within society. In contrast, oppression, injustice, and neglect of others' rights only arise when arrogance takes root in the heart. Avoiding arrogance is especially critical, as it can lead a person to the dangerous illusion that they are doing Allah, the Exalted, a favor by obeying Him. Such an attitude undermines sincerity and weakens obedience, particularly when personal desires clash with divine commands. Arrogance inclines a person to selectively obey, choosing what aligns with their inclinations while resisting what challenges them. This inevitably leads them away from the straight path. On the other hand, those who understand that faith and obedience are entirely for their own benefit naturally develop humility before Allah, the Exalted. They remain steadfast in obedience during both hardship and ease. In times of difficulty, they adopt patience, and in moments of comfort and success, they express gratitude. Gratitude manifests in three dimensions: in intention, by acting solely to please Allah, the Exalted; in speech, by using good words or remaining silent from complaint; and in action, by using every blessing in accordance with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Similarly, patience is not merely passive endurance, but an active state of obedience. It involves refraining from complaints in words and actions, persisting in what Allah, the Exalted, has commanded, and trusting His wisdom even when circumstances appear difficult or unclear. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
When a person consistently adopts this balanced conduct, rooted in humility, patience, gratitude, and obedience in all situations, they are granted continuous support, care, and mercy from Allah the Exalted. This divine assistance results in peace in both this world and the hereafter, through attaining a balanced mental and physical state, and by correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. This reality is further affirmed in a hadith recorded in Sahih Muslim, number 7500, which highlights the unwavering care Allah, the Exalted, grants to those who remain sincere and obedient in every condition. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 33.
And says, "Indeed, I am one of the Muslims."
This verse also highlights the critical importance of unity within the community of people who submit to Allah, the Exalted. Unfortunately, throughout history, this unity has often been fractured by insincere individuals, whose desire for leadership, status, wealth, and influence led them to deliberately distort Islamic teachings. In doing so, they established their own factions and groups, mirroring the behavior of the people of the book, who divided themselves despite possessing clear guidance. Such intentional misinterpretation is not merely an intellectual error, it is a moral corruption driven by worldly ambition. This verse therefore serves as a serious warning against adopting this destructive mindset, as deliberately twisting Islamic teachings for personal gain leads to misguidance, and ultimately to punishment in the hereafter. This danger is further emphasized in a hadith recorded in Sunan ibn Majah, number 253, which warns against innovations and deviations that fracture unity and lead people away from the truth. Creating or promoting factions by manipulating religious teachings for authority or recognition is a path that ends in loss, regardless of how convincing or widespread it may appear. For this reason, individuals must also be cautious not to follow such people who promote loyalty to personalities, movements, or sectarian identities over loyalty to divine guidance. Instead, they should learn from and align themselves with those who remain sincerely devoted only to the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. True sincerity requires interpreting these two sources correctly and honestly, even if doing so supports a view associated with a different group or contradicts one's own previously held opinions. A person must be willing to turn wherever the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, led them, without allowing personal attachment, group identity, or social pressure to dictate their beliefs or actions. While respect should always be shown to others, especially scholars and people of knowledge, absolute loyalty must remain solely with these two sources of guidance. Respect does not necessitate blind following, nor does disagreement justify disrespect. Adopting this principled approach ensures that a person uses the blessings they have been granted in the correct manner, as outlined in Islamic teachings. It allows them to maintain a balanced mental and physical state, place every responsibility and relationship in its proper position, and prepare adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Ultimately, this commitment to unity upon truth, free from ego, factionalism, and worldly ambition, leads to peace of mind in both this world and the hereafter. Generally, when a person chooses to walk a path different from that of their peers, it can awaken feelings of discomfort and self-doubt in others regarding their own choices, particularly when those choices prioritize personal desires over obedience to Allah, the Exalted. As a result, such unease often manifests as criticism directed toward those who remain firm upon their faith. This reaction is especially common among close relatives, who may feel indirectly challenged by the moral stance and discipline of someone who refuses to conform. In addition, broader societal pressures play a significant role in amplifying this opposition. Influences such as social media, fashion trends, and dominant cultural norms frequently place intense pressure on those who uphold Islamic values. Islam is often portrayed as an obstacle to material ambition, unrestricted pleasure, and social advancement. Consequently, industries and institutions whose interests are criticized by Islamic teachings actively resist the presence of Islamic principles in public life and discourage people from practicing their faith. This resistance contributes significantly to the widespread anti-Islamic sentiment seen across various platforms, particularly in digital spaces where misinformation and mockery are easily amplified. Furthermore, those who strive to live by Islamic teachings, which call for moderation, self-restraint, and the responsible use of the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, are often met with hostility from individuals who pursue excess and live according to unchecked impulses. Islam identifies such behavior as degrading human dignity by reducing a person to the level of instinct-driven existence. Those who live in this manner frequently attempt to dissuade others from accepting Islam or encourage Muslims to abandon their religious commitment, seeking to draw them into a lifestyle centered on indulgence without accountability. A common tactic employed in this effort is the selective targeting of certain Islamic teachings, such as the dress code for women, in an attempt to discredit the faith as a whole. However, thoughtful and unbiased observers can easily recognize the superficial nature of these objections. The same critics who attack Islamic modesty requirements often raise no objection to uniform standards in professions such as law enforcement, the military, healthcare, education, or corporate environments. This selective outrage reveals the weakness and inconsistency of their arguments, demonstrating that the true discomfort lies not with clothing itself, but with Islam's emphasis on discipline, accountability, and moral restraint. In reality, it is precisely the core principles of Islam and the upright conduct of those who practice it sincerely that provoke such opposition. The clarity of moral boundaries and the call to self-discipline unsettle those who wish to live without restraint, leading them to criticize Islam in any way they can. In all circumstances, therefore, an individual must remain steadfast in sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by maintaining excellent character and conduct, especially when faced with criticism, hostility, or misunderstanding. Islam does not call for retaliation through bitterness or arrogance, but rather for responding with dignity and moral excellence. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 34.
And not equal are the good deed and the bad. Repel evil by that deed which is better.
There must always be a clear and unmistakable distinction between a Muslim and the conduct of others. Their character should stand out through consistent excellence in every circumstance, whether in worldly dealings or religious matters, whether during times of ease or moments of hostility and provocation. An impartial observer should be able to recognize their superior manners through qualities such as patience, restraint, honesty, and compassion, even when such behavior is difficult to maintain. When negativity is met with patience, wrongdoing with forgiveness, and hostility with dignity, a person not only safeguards their own spiritual well-being but also becomes a living representation of the true message of Islam. Such conduct has the power to soften hearts, dissolve resentment, and transform misunderstanding into reflection. What begins as opposition can, through sustained good character, turn into respect and even sincere friendship. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 34.
Repel evil by that deed which is better, and thereupon the one whom between you and him is enmity will become as though he was a devoted friend.
This verse highlights that moral excellence is not a sign of weakness, but a powerful means of change. By consistently choosing what is better, despite provocation or injustice, a person aligns themselves with divine guidance, elevates their own character, and fulfills a vital role in conveying the beauty and wisdom of Islam through action rather than words alone. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 35.
But none is granted it except those who are patient, and none is granted it except one having a great portion of good.
However, it is essential to clarify that responding with good character does not mean abandoning one's right to self-defense or tolerating oppression. Islam does not call for passivity in the face of harm. Rather, it teaches that a person should protect themselves through lawful, reasonable, and practical means, while still upholding dignity, restraint, and good manners in speech and conduct. Defending oneself includes taking proactive steps to prevent further harm and to secure safety. For example, an abused wife is fully entitled, and in fact obligated, to remove herself from danger, seek separation, and pursue protection through appropriate channels, all while maintaining respectful speech and avoiding injustice in her response. Remaining silent or enduring abuse under the false banner of patience is not a virtue in Islam, it is a misunderstanding of patience altogether. True patience does not mean enabling wrongdoing or allowing oppression to continue unchecked. Instead, it means responding to hardship in a manner that is principled, balanced, and aligned with justice. Islam categorically rejects the idea that one should allow themselves to be harmed in the name of tolerance or endurance. Such behavior contradicts Islamic teachings and must be avoided. Islam upholds human dignity, commands the removal of harm, and permits firm action against oppression, so long as it is carried out with fairness, wisdom, and moral integrity. Allah, the Exalted, warns that whenever a person strives to uphold righteous conduct, especially in tense or hostile situations, the devil, along with his human allies, will attempt to provoke them into losing control of their emotions under the guise of self-defense, honor, or justification. The aim of this provocation is to push a person into committing verbal or physical sins against those who mistreat them. At such moments, a person must actively seek refuge with Allah, the Exalted, and strengthen their faith by taking deliberate steps to restrain their emotions, particularly anger. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 36.
And if there comes to you from Satan an evil suggestion, then seek refuge in Allah. Indeed He is the hearing, the knowing.
Islam contains extensive guidance on controlling emotions, with particular emphasis on anger. Since anger is closely connected to the influence of the devil, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, advised an angry person to seek refuge with Allah, the Exalted, from the devil, as recorded in Sahih Bukhari, number 3282. This spiritual act weakens the devil's influence and restores inner balance. In addition, practical methods have been prescribed to prevent anger from manifesting in harmful actions. A hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 2191, advises an angered person to cling to the ground, which scholars have explained may include prostrating until calmness returns. This aligns with the wisdom found in a hadith recorded in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4782, which teaches that adopting a physically inactive position reduces the likelihood of acting out in anger. By limiting bodily movement, a person effectively restrains their anger until it subsides, preventing harm to others. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, also advised the angry person to perform ablution, as recorded in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4784. This is because anger is associated with heat, while water naturally cools it. If ablution is followed by prayer, it further calms the heart, restores spiritual focus, and earns immense reward. While these teachings help restrain physical reactions, controlling speech is equally, if not more, important. When angered, remaining silent is often the safest course, as words spoken in anger frequently cause deeper and longer-lasting harm than physical actions. Countless relationships have been destroyed by reckless speech uttered in moments of rage. Islam therefore strongly warns against this danger. A hadith found in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 3970, cautions that a single evil word can cause a person to plunge into hell on the Day of Judgment. For this reason, Islam considers mastery over anger to be a mark of true strength. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, described the truly strong person as one who controls themselves when angry, as recorded in Sahih Bukhari, number 6114. Furthermore, the one who swallows their anger for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, meaning they refrain from sinful speech or action despite being provoked, will have their heart filled with peace and true faith, as stated in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4778. This quality is a defining trait of the sound heart mentioned in the Holy Quran, the only heart that will attain safety on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 26 Ash-Shu'ara, verses 88 to 89.
The day when there will not benefit anyone wealth or children, but only one who comes to Allah with a sound heart.
Islam does not demand the elimination of anger altogether, as this is neither realistic nor desirable. Anger, when properly restrained and directed, can serve a constructive purpose, such as defending one's faith, dignity, or lawful possessions within the limits set by Islamic teachings. When exercised correctly, this is considered anger for the sake of Allah, the Exalted. This was the practice of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who was never angered for personal reasons, but only when the boundaries set by Allah, the Exalted, were violated. This is affirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 6050. His character was entirely shaped by the Holy Quran, as stated in a hadith recorded in Sahih Muslim, number 1739, meaning he was pleased by what it approved and angered by what it condemned. Likewise, loving and hating for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, is part of perfecting one's faith, as mentioned in a hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4681. Since the root of hatred is anger, this further clarifies that Islam does not abolish anger but rather disciplines it, confining it within ethical and spiritual limits. However, even anger for the sake of Allah, the Exalted, becomes blameworthy if it causes a person to transgress those limits. Absolute restraint is therefore required at all times. A hadith found in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 4901, warns of a worshipper who angrily claimed that Allah the Exalted would never forgive a particular sinner. Because of this arrogant assumption, Allah the Exalted decreed that the worshipper would be punished while the sinner would be forgiven on the Day of Judgment. This hadith powerfully illustrates the danger of uncontrolled anger, even when cloaked in religious zeal. The roots of evil have been summarized as four: uncontrolled desire, fear, base appetites, and anger. Whoever learns to restrain anger, according to Islamic guidance, removes a quarter of evil from their character and their life. In conclusion, it is essential for persons to control their anger so that it does not lead them to speak or act in ways that result in regret in this world and severe consequences in the hereafter. Mastery over anger safeguards faith, preserves relationships, protects dignity, and is a defining quality of those who seek the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. After calling people to seek refuge with Him so that they may consistently adopt correct conduct in every circumstance, Allah, the Exalted, once again directs attention to clear signs within the universe that demonstrate why refuge must be sought through sincere obedience to Him alone. These signs are not abstract ideas, rather they are evident realities that surround people at all times. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 37.
And of his signs are the night and day and the sun and moon.
The movement and positioning of the sun ensure that the earth receives a precise and harmonious balance of light and darkness. The alternation of day and night, along with their gradual changes in length throughout the year, allows life to function in the most beneficial and sustainable way. The sun provides warmth essential for survival, enabling plant growth through photosynthesis, which forms the foundation of the food chain. Without this carefully measured solar energy, life on Earth would not be possible, as even a slight increase or decrease in the sun's intensity could render the planet uninhabitable. The sun also plays a central role in regulating Earth's climate. Seasonal changes, weather patterns, and temperature stability are all dependent on its fixed orbit and distance from the Earth. These factors allow water cycles to function properly, producing rainfall that sustains crops, animals, and human life. Any disruption in this balance would lead to extreme climates, widespread famine, and environmental collapse. This stability highlights a deliberate system designed to preserve life, not one formed through randomness. If days were excessively long, people would become physically and mentally exhausted due to prolonged activity, exposure, and heat. Productivity would decline, health would deteriorate, and social life would suffer. In contrast, if nights were extended, there would be insufficient time for earning a livelihood, seeking knowledge, maintaining family life, and fulfilling other essential responsibilities. Economic systems, education, and social order would all be negatively affected. Similarly, if nights were significantly shortened, people would be deprived of adequate rest. Sleep is essential for physical recovery, emotional stability, and mental clarity. A lack of sufficient darkness and rest would lead to widespread illness, anxiety, weakened concentration, and reduced lifespan. Thus, the precise alternation of day and night ensures both productivity and restoration, reflecting perfect balance. This delicate system is also essential for agriculture. Crops depend on specific lengths of daylight and darkness to grow, flower, and bear fruit. Seasonal shifts allow farmers to plan planting and harvesting cycles accurately. Any significant alteration in the duration of days and nights would disrupt food production, threatening the survival of both people and animals. Once again, this demonstrates a carefully calibrated system designed to sustain life. The moon also plays a vital role in maintaining harmony on Earth. By reflecting sunlight, it provides illumination during the night, which historically guided travelers across deserts and oceans. Even today, despite technological advancement, the moon remains a critical reference for navigation and maritime activity, especially since sea transport continues to be a primary method of global trade. Beyond illumination, the moon's gravitational pull governs the tides of the oceans and seas. These tides are essential for regulating marine ecosystems, distributing nutrients, preventing stagnation of waters, and supporting countless forms of life. Tides also influence weather patterns and help stabilize Earth's rotation. Any disruption in this finely tuned system would result in severe ecological damage, coastal destruction, and climatic instability. Furthermore, the sun and moon allow people to measure time with remarkable accuracy. Days, months, seasons, and years are all calculated through their movements. This precise measurement of time is essential for organizing life, worship, work, agriculture, travel, and social systems. Human civilization itself depends on this predictability and order. Another profound lesson within these signs is submission. The sun and moon never deviate from their appointed paths. They do not hasten, delay, or rebel against the command of Allah the Exalted. Their constant obedience reflects a universal order that all creation follows. This serves as a powerful reminder that true harmony, both within the universe and within human life, can only be achieved through submission to the will of Allah the Exalted. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 37.
Do not prostrate to the sun or to the moon, but prostrate to Allah who created them, if it should be Him that you worship.
In general, many people who believed in Allah the Exalted nevertheless attributed human limitations to Him, such as fatigue or the need for assistance. As a result, they imagined Allah the Exalted in a manner similar to a worldly ruler. A worldly ruler cannot manage an entire kingdom alone, and therefore appoints deputies, ministers, or governors to oversee different affairs. Based on this flawed comparison, such people assumed that Allah the Exalted also required intermediaries to manage creation. This led them to worship other beings, such as the sun, the moon, and the angels, in the hope of drawing closer to Allah the Exalted or earning His pleasure through them. Allah the Exalted refutes and dismantles this false belief by repeatedly reminding people that He alone is the creator, sustainer, and controller of all things. Since every aspect of existence is under His direct authority and knowledge, He has no need for assistance, delegation, or intermediaries. Therefore, obedience, worship, reliance, and hope must be directed to Him alone in every situation. Sadly, traces of this misunderstanding have also appeared among some people who identify with Islam. Such individuals invest excessive time, energy, and resources in attaching themselves to certain spiritual figures whom they believe possess a special or exclusive connection to Allah, the Exalted, much like a governor who enjoys privileged access to a king. Their aim is to please these figures, in the hope that they will intercede on their behalf with Allah, the Exalted. This mindset often mirrors worldly practices, where gifts, exaggerated reverence, and unusual displays of devotion are used to gain favor and influence. In this distorted framework, these spiritual figures are treated as gatekeepers between people and Allah, the Exalted. This concept fundamentally contradicts Islamic teachings. The Holy Prophets, peace be upon them, were never intermediaries who controlled access to Allah, the Exalted. Rather, they clarified the path that leads to His pleasure, and explained how to obey Him directly. They never demanded gifts, wealth, or special treatment in return for guidance. Their role was to convey the message clearly and sincerely, not to position themselves as objects of devotion. Therefore, a person should seek Islamic knowledge from qualified and trustworthy teachers and show them appropriate respect. However, they must not believe that closeness to Allah, the Exalted, depends on attaching themselves to individuals or seeking their favor. Allah, the Exalted, alone possesses absolute authority over the universe, and He is fully aware of every intention, word, and action. He does not require intermediaries between Himself and His servants. For example, chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 186.
And when my servants ask you concerning me, indeed I am near. I respond to the invocation of the supplicant when he calls upon me.
And chapter 40 Ghafir, verse 60.
And your Lord says, call upon me, I will respond to you.
Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 255.
Who is it that can intercede with Him except by His permission?
These verses make it clear that direct supplication to Allah, the Exalted, is not only permitted but encouraged, and that no intercession can occur unless He allows it. Although intercession will indeed take place on the Day of Judgment by the permission of Allah, the Exalted, this concept must never be treated mockingly. Making assumptions about guaranteed intercession, while neglecting obedience, reflects complacency and a misuse of divine mercy. Such an attitude often arises when a person fails to use the blessings granted to them in accordance with Islamic teachings, yet still expects salvation through intercession alone. This is a dangerous mindset. One who trivializes or misuses the concept of intercession may find themselves deprived of it altogether. In fact, such negligence may place a person among those against whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, will complain on the day of judgment. Chapter 25 Al-Furqan, verse 30.
And the messenger has said, O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned.
This verse specifically concerns those who accepted the Holy Quran but failed to live by it, for abandoning guidance can only apply to those who once acknowledged it. The consequences for anyone against whom the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, testifies on the Day of Judgment are self-evident and severe. Even in cases where intercession is granted, such negligence does not necessarily prevent entry into hell. At best, it may reduce the severity or duration of punishment. However, it must be clearly understood that even the briefest exposure to hell is utterly unbearable. Therefore, sincere hope in intercession must be accompanied by sincere effort. True hope lies in actively and consistently using one's blessings in a manner that aligns with the guidance of the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Only when a person strives to obey Allah, the Exalted, directly, without relying on intermediaries or false assurances, can they reasonably hope for intercession on the Day of Judgment, knowing with certainty that Allah, the Exalted, alone grants it by His wisdom and mercy. However, because obedience to Allah, the Exalted, often runs contrary to people's worldly desires and impulses, many persist in disobedience by misusing the blessings they have been granted. Instead of submitting to divine guidance, they allow their passions, ambitions, and egos to dictate how they live. The inevitable consequence of this is an unbalanced mental and physical state. Such individuals lose the ability to place matters in their proper order, misjudging priorities and misplacing both people and responsibilities within their lives. As a result, they fail to prepare adequately for their accountability on the Day of Judgment. This internal disorder manifests outwardly as stress, anxiety, and continuous difficulties in both personal and social life. Even when such people possess wealth, status, or worldly comforts, these luxuries do not bring them true peace. Instead, they often become an added source of pressure and dissatisfaction. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 38.
But if they are arrogant, then those who are near your Lord exalt him by night and by day, and they do not become weary.
Those who grasp this truth understand that unchecked desires are not a path to freedom or happiness. Therefore, they consciously regulate their ambitions and worldly goals according to Islamic teachings. By doing so, they ensure that every blessing they possess, whether wealth, health, relationships, or time, is used in a manner pleasing to Allah, the Exalted. This disciplined approach allows them to achieve a balanced mental and physical state, where priorities are clear and everything and everyone is placed in their rightful position within life. Such individuals remain mindful of their ultimate accountability on the Day of Judgment, and this awareness shapes their choices and behavior. As a result, they are granted tranquility and stability, not only in this world but also in the hereafter. In this way, sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, becomes the means through which lasting peace of mind is attained in both worlds. Allah, the Exalted, then points to yet another unmistakable sign of His absolute authority and mercy, one that directly relates to the provision and survival of all living beings on earth. This sign is repeatedly witnessed by humanity, yet its deeper meaning is often neglected. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 39.
And of his signs is that you see the earth stilled, but when we send down upon it rain it quivers and grows.
At one moment, the land appears lifeless, dry, and motionless, incapable of producing any benefit. Then by the command of Allah, the Exalted, rain descends, and the same earth suddenly stirs, swells, and gives rise to vegetation, crops, and sustenance. This dramatic transformation illustrates that life, growth, and provision are not inherent to the earth itself, but are entirely dependent on the will, power, and wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. When one reflects upon the water cycle, its extraordinary precision becomes clear. Water evaporates from oceans and seas, ascends into the atmosphere, and condenses into clouds. The rain that forms is naturally acidic and descends primarily upon mountainous regions. These mountains serve as a natural filter, neutralizing the acidity of the rain through their mineral composition, making the water suitable for consumption by people, animals, and plants. From there, the water flows through rivers, lakes, and underground reservoirs, sustaining life across the planet. Any disruption in this delicate system, whether in evaporation, condensation, or filtration, would result in widespread devastation. Rain itself is also sent down in perfect balance. Insufficient rainfall leads to drought, hunger, and the collapse of ecosystems, while excessive rainfall results in floods, destruction, and loss of life. Chapter 23 Al-Mu'minin, verse 18.
And we have sent down rain from the sky in a measured amount and settled it in the earth. And indeed, we are able to take it away.
It is also essential to recognize that, despite the vast agricultural and technological advancements achieved by humanity, people remain completely incapable of giving life to a dead seed. Even when they engineer environments that perfectly replicate ideal growing conditions, such as controlled temperature, moisture, soil composition, and nutrients, they can only facilitate growth if life has already been placed within the seed. The actual emergence of life, the activation of growth, and the transformation from lifeless matter into a living plant lie entirely beyond human ability. This reality highlights a fundamental truth: human beings do not create life, they merely interact with systems that Allah, the Exalted, has already set in motion. Farmers may plant, irrigate, and protect crops, but the moment a seed sprouts and begins to grow is solely by the command and will of Allah, the Exalted. If He withholds life from a seed, no amount of human effort, expertise, or technology can bring it into existence. In addition to rain, the winds play a critical role in preserving balance on Earth. Winds enable pollination, allowing crops, trees, and plants to reproduce, an essential process for food security and ecological stability. They also transport rain clouds across vast distances, ensuring that water reaches different regions rather than remaining concentrated in one place. Without this movement, entire lands would become barren and uninhabitable. Here too, balance is evident. A lack of wind would lead to stagnation, failed pollination, and disrupted weather patterns, while excessive winds bring storms, erosion, and destruction. The consistent regulation of wind speed, direction, and timing further confirms that these forces are governed, not random. All of these systems, rainfall, wind, soil, and growth, operate together in remarkable harmony. This harmony cannot be the product of chance or blind forces. Instead, it clearly points to the wisdom, mercy, and absolute control of Allah, the Exalted. These signs are meant to awaken reflection, cultivate gratitude, and inspire obedience. The one who brings dead land back to life is undoubtedly capable of resurrecting humanity for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 39.
Indeed, He who has given it life is the giver of life to the dead.
Denying the possibility of resurrection on the Day of Judgment is unreasonable when one observes the countless examples of renewal and rebirth that occur in the natural world every day. The changing seasons, for instance, provide a clear illustration. In winter, trees lose their leaves and appear lifeless, yet in spring and summer, new leaves emerge and the same trees flourish once again. Similarly, resurrection is a continuous process within the human body, where cells die and are replaced by new ones, such as in the skin and internal organs. The daily cycle of sleep and wakefulness also exemplifies this phenomenon. During sleep, the sister of death, the senses are inactive, yet upon waking, the soul is returned, bringing life once more. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 42.
Allah takes the souls at the time of their death, and those that do not die He takes during their sleep. Then He keeps those for which He has decreed death, and releases the others for a specified term. Indeed, in that are signs for a people who give thought.
The certainty of the Day of Judgment becomes even clearer when one considers the balance and precision present throughout the universe. The Earth maintains a perfect distance from the Sun, ensuring the right temperature for life. The water cycle, including evaporation, condensation, and rainfall, is delicately regulated to sustain ecosystems, while soil is simultaneously soft enough for new plants to grow and strong enough to support buildings and human activity. Such precision and harmony demonstrate the wisdom and power of Allah, the Exalted. Yet, in contrast to this universal order, human life often appears imbalanced. Oppressors may prosper while the patient suffer, and sincere believers may endure hardship while wrongdoers enjoy worldly luxuries. This apparent inequity in this world underscores the necessity of the Day of Judgment, when every action will be fully recompensed with perfect justice. Allah, the Exalted, could administer complete justice in this life, but one wisdom behind its deferral is that He grants people repeated opportunities to repent, reform, and attain His pleasure. Likewise, the rewards of paradise are not fully realized in this world, for it is temporary. True faith is strengthened by belief in what is unseen and deferred. Fear of punishment and hope for reward in the hereafter guide a person to avoid sin, perform righteous deeds, and utilize their blessings responsibly. They serve as a reminder that obedience to Allah, the Exalted, is not optional, and that every action has consequences, both seen and unseen. The Day of Judgment, moreover, can only occur once the material world ends, because all human deeds must be concluded before recompense can be fairly applied. This necessity confirms that the world is temporary and serves as a stage for preparation, reflection, and responsible use of one's blessings. By contemplating these signs and reflecting on the balance of creation, a person is motivated to prepare for the Day of Judgment. They are encouraged to use the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted in accordance with the guidance of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. This preparation ensures a balanced mental and physical state, helps prioritize all aspects of life correctly, and cultivates peace of mind and success in both worlds. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 22.
For Allah created the heavens and the earth for a purpose, so that every soul may be paid back for what it has committed, and none will be wronged.
And chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 39.
Indeed, He is over all things competent.
Islam encourages individuals to regulate and control their worldly desires, guiding them toward a balanced life that harmonizes physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Those whose sole aim in life is to pursue and satisfy personal desires, however, often view this discipline as unnatural and criticize it, perceiving it as restrictive or even animalistic because it restrains their impulses. Furthermore, the very industries and businesses that profit from people's indulgence in worldly desires, entertainment, luxury goods, and similar enterprises, actively work against the guidance of Islam. Their strategies include promoting distraction, distorting Islamic teachings, and encouraging people to ignore or misinterpret the principles of faith. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 40.
Indeed, those who inject a deviation into our verses are not concealed from us.
In the face of such opposition, believers must remain steadfast in their obedience to Allah, the Exalted. True security and peace of mind come from adhering to His guidance, even if the benefits are not immediately visible. This requires a commitment to learning and acting upon Islamic teachings from authentic sources, such as qualified religious instructors, to avoid adopting misinterpretations that appeal to one's base desires. Conversely, those who intentionally distort Islamic teachings, or who follow such distortions because they align with personal worldly desires, inevitably misuse the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them. Such misuse leads to an imbalanced life, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Their relationships, career, and wealth, rather than serving as sources of stability, become sources of stress, frustration, and conflict. Often they misplace blame, accusing spouses, family members, or colleagues for the pressures they themselves have cultivated through their choices. This cycle frequently intensifies their mental strain, resulting in depression, substance abuse, and even suicidal tendencies. This outcome is evident when observing those who prioritize pleasure and wealth over responsibility and obedience, including wealthy or famous individuals who, despite enjoying worldly luxuries, remain deeply unsettled. The consequences of such behavior extend far beyond the temporal world. By ignoring the guidance of Allah, the Exalted, and failing to prepare for their accountability on the Day of Judgment, they expose themselves to far greater punishment in the hereafter. The Holy Quran draws a stark contrast between those who follow this path of heedlessness and those who maintain faith and obedience. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 40.
So is he who is cast into the fire better, or he who comes secure on the day of resurrection?
This verse emphasizes that true security, peace, and success are only attained through obedience to Allah, the Exalted, and correct use of one's blessings. The temporary allure of fulfilling worldly desires, while tempting, leads to long-term distress, both in this life and in the hereafter. In contrast, those who prioritize faith and righteousness, even in the face of criticism or societal pressure, achieve lasting stability, harmony, and peace in every dimension of their lives, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Allah the Exalted does not compel anyone toward guidance or misguidance, as doing so would negate the purpose of the test of life in this world. Instead, He provides clear knowledge of what is right and wrong, presenting guidance and warnings so that every person has the ability to make informed choices. Following this, each individual is fully accountable for the path they choose. No one can justly blame Allah, the Exalted, or any other being for the consequences of their actions, if they deliberately disobey Him by misusing the blessings He has granted them. The responsibility of choice emphasizes that every action, intention, and decision is observed and recorded. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 40.
Do whatever you will, indeed He is seeing of what you do.
Even though Allah, the Exalted, does not compel anyone toward guidance, He has consistently provided divine guidance so that people may achieve peace of mind in both worlds. However, following this guidance often requires restraint from immediate worldly desires, and throughout history, many have instead chosen man-made codes of conduct that satisfy their own inclinations, just as some today ignore the perfect and final divine code of conduct. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 42.
Indeed, those who disbelieve in the reminder after it has come to them, while it is a mighty and honored book.
This first thing to note is that this verse emphasizes that the Holy Quran is not merely a set of instructions but a reminder. Its purpose is to awaken people to what aligns with their true nature, and to guide them toward a balanced and purposeful life. Unlike artificial systems created by human desire, the Islamic teachings correspond perfectly with the innate disposition of humanity. Any framework that contradicts this natural disposition feels foreign, often causing mental stress, emotional unrest, and physical imbalance when followed. In contrast, the principles of Islam resonate naturally with the human heart. Many individuals who embrace Islam after following other religions or lifestyles describe a profound sense of familiarity, as if rediscovering truths already embedded within them. This is because Islam restores people to their natural state, the one upon which Allah, the Exalted, created all of humanity. It does not impose external rules for the sake of authority or control. Rather, it harmonizes with the human soul, cultivating equilibrium in thought, behavior, and life priorities. Those who reject divine guidance, on the other hand, often do so out of attachment to inherited customs, pride, or prejudice. Such resistance prevents them from perceiving the inherent wisdom and alignment of revelation with human nature. When approached with sincerity and humility, however, the Holy Quran demonstrates that divine guidance is not a constraint, but a source of liberation. It restores inner peace, strengthens the mind and body, and directs people toward fulfilling their ultimate purpose. In this way, the Holy Quran functions simultaneously as a mirror and a compass, a mirror that reflects the innate truth within every human being, and a compass that directs them toward tranquility, balance, and rightful action in both worlds. By following its guidance, a person can attain harmony in their mental and physical state, correctly prioritize all aspects of life, and prepare themselves adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment. The reminder, therefore, is both practical and profound, addressing the immediate needs of this life while securing eternal well-being. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 42.
Indeed, those who disbelieve in the reminder after it has come to them, while it is a mighty and honored book.
In addition, the Holy Quran encompasses both law and wisdom. The law serves as the divinely ordained code of conduct that governs how people should use the blessings they have been granted. By adhering to this law, individuals fulfill their duties toward Allah, the Exalted, and toward others, ensuring that their actions are just, responsible, and beneficial. Observing this law brings inner peace and fosters a society grounded in justice, balance, and harmony, where the rights of all people are respected and fulfilled. However, law alone is not sufficient. Wisdom complements the law by teaching individuals how to apply its principles correctly and effectively, ensuring that the knowledge gained translates into tangible benefits in both this world and the hereafter. Without wisdom, the law may be misinterpreted or exploited, as people could seek loopholes to justify wrongful behavior or avoid fulfilling obligations. On the other hand, wisdom without the law can lead individuals to create arbitrary rules based on personal judgment, desires, or biases. Such man-made systems lack the divine insight, experience, and foresight embedded in Islamic teachings, and therefore they inevitably fail to establish genuine peace of mind or social harmony. The combination of law and wisdom is essential for a just and stable society. The law provides the framework for right action, while wisdom ensures that this framework is implemented in a balanced, thoughtful, and compassionate manner. Together, they guide individuals in using their resources, time, and abilities responsibly, preventing harm to others and promoting collective well-being. A society that observes the law without wisdom risks rigidity and injustice, while a society guided by wisdom alone risks chaos and moral relativism. Ultimately, the Holy Quran offers both the law and the wisdom required to achieve true balance, personally, socially, and spiritually. By following its guidance, a person cultivates peace of mind, fulfills the rights of Allah, the Exalted, and people, and contributes to the establishment of justice, harmony, and tranquility within society. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 42.
While it is a mighty and honored book,
the Holy Quran stands unparalleled in its expression, conveying guidance with unmatched clarity and precision. Its verses combine eloquence with simplicity, making its message accessible while remaining profound. No other book in human history can rival its literary excellence, nor can any other scripture claim freedom from contradictions as the Holy Quran does. Remarkably, it recounts the histories of past nations in detail, despite the fact that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was unlettered and had no formal historical training. The Holy Quran commands that which is good, and forbids that which is evil, offering guidance that addresses both individual conduct and societal well-being. Its principles ensure justice, harmony, and security within families, communities, and nations. Unlike myths, fables, or poetry, the Holy Quran contains no exaggerations, fabrications, or falsehoods. Every verse is practical, applicable, and life-enhancing. Even when narratives or stories are repeated, each iteration highlights a unique lesson, ensuring that continual study never becomes tedious or unfruitful. Through clear promises and warnings, the Holy Quran provides both guidance and motivation. Concepts that may appear abstract, such as patience, humility, or self-restraint, are explained in ways that can be practically incorporated into daily life. It directs humanity toward fulfilling the ultimate purpose of creation, sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, by utilizing the blessings one has been granted in ways that please Him. Such obedience ensures a balanced mental and physical state, proper prioritization of relationships and responsibilities, and preparedness for accountability on the Day of Judgment. In this manner, the Holy Quran illuminates the straight path and makes it attainable for those seeking genuine peace of mind and true success in both this world and the hereafter. Because it aligns perfectly with human nature, the Holy Quran is timeless. Its guidance benefits every person, generation, and society, offering solutions to emotional, social, economic, and physical challenges. Societies that adhere to its comprehensive teachings experience stability, justice, and prosperity, while neglect or selective adherence often leads to disorder and regret. The preservation of the Holy Quran further testifies to its divine origin. Not a single letter has been altered since its revelation, as Allah, the Exalted, promised. Chapter 15 Al-Hijr, verse 9.
Indeed, it is we who sent down the message, i.e. the Quran, and indeed we will be its guardian.
And chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 42.
Falsehood cannot approach it from before it or from behind it.
The Holy Quran identifies the fundamental issues within individuals and societies, and provides remedies that address the root causes. By correcting these core problems, the numerous secondary problems that arise from them are automatically resolved. This holistic approach equips people to achieve success, peace, and balance in this world, while preparing them for accountability in the hereafter. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 89.
And we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things.
And chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 42.
A revelation from the wise and praiseworthy.
This eternal guidance is the greatest miracle Allah, the Exalted, bestowed upon His final holy prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Yet the benefits of the Holy Quran are reserved for those who earnestly seek the truth and act upon it. Those who follow their personal desires, selectively adhere to its teachings, or neglect its guidance, will face loss and regret in both this world and the hereafter. Chapter 17 Al-Isra, verse 82.
And we send down of the Quran that which is healing and mercy for the believers, but it does not increase the wrongdoers except in loss.
In truth, anyone who abandons the divine guidance revealed by Allah, the Exalted, and instead follows human-devised systems, does so to satisfy their own worldly desires. Every system created by humans is ultimately shaped by personal inclinations, ambitions, and self-interest. In contrast, the divine law is rooted in wisdom, justice, and mercy, designed to benefit both individuals and society. Those who hold wealth and power are often the most resistant to divine guidance. They recognize that embracing the truth of Islam would impose limits on indulgence, exploitation, and unchecked desires, curbing the authority and privileges they enjoy. To protect their status and maintain control, they reject the truth themselves and encourage others to follow their path, prioritizing worldly advantage over eternal well-being. This pattern has repeated throughout history. The early opponents of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, were often the elite and influential members of society, who feared that submission to divine law would diminish their power and reveal their injustices. Their rejection was not due to confusion or lack of evidence, as the signs of Allah, the Exalted, were clear and evident, just as they had been for the holy prophets, peace be upon them. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 43.
Nothing is said to you, except what was already said to the messengers before you.
The underlying cause of this defiance lies in the heart, not the mind. It stems from arrogance, attachment to worldly desires, and unwillingness to submit to the authority of the Creator. Rejection of divine guidance is therefore rarely a matter of intellect or knowledge. It is a refusal to restrain selfish desires and obey Allah, the Exalted. In spite of the repeated misuse of His blessings by many people, Allah, the Exalted, does not immediately seize them with punishment. Out of His vast mercy and wisdom, He allows time for reflection, repentance, and meaningful change. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 43.
Indeed, your Lord is a possessor of forgiveness.
Yet this period of respite should never be misunderstood as a sign of approval or immunity from consequences. Those who persist in disobedience must not assume that the absence of immediate punishment means they will escape accountability. Even within this worldly life, the effects of misusing divine blessings begin to manifest. Such individuals gradually lose inner harmony, resulting in mental unrest and physical imbalance. Their sense of priority becomes distorted, causing them to misplace relationships, responsibilities, and values within their lives. Over time, the very aspects of life that were meant to be sources of comfort, such as family, friendships, wealth, and professional success, turn into causes of constant pressure and dissatisfaction. Instead of recognizing the true origin of their distress, they often direct blame toward innocent people around them, including their spouses or close companions. By pushing away those who could have been a means of support, they deepen their isolation, which frequently leads to emotional instability, psychological illness, substance dependence, and in severe cases, suicidal ideation. This reality is plainly visible among those who persist in misusing their blessings, including many who outwardly possess fame, wealth, and influence, yet inwardly suffer profound misery. More severe still is the consequence awaiting them in the hereafter. Because their conduct prevents them from preparing for their inevitable accountability on the day of judgment, the ultimate outcome of their negligence is far greater than any hardship experienced in this world. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 43.
And a possessor of painful penalty.
Therefore, divine tolerance is not an indication of neglect, nor does it signify the absence of justice. Rather, it is an opportunity granted out of mercy, an opportunity which, if squandered, results in regret and loss in both this life and the next. Allah, the Exalted, reproaches the non-Muslims of Arabia, especially the people of Mecca, for their contradictory and insincere stance toward the Holy Quran. Despite the fact that it was revealed in their own language, they treated it as something unfamiliar and foreign. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 44.
And if we had made it a non-Arabic Quran, they would have said, "Why are its verses not explained in detail in our language? Is it a foreign recitation and an Arab messenger?"
This criticism highlights their unwillingness to accept the truth, regardless of how it was presented. Had the Holy Quran been revealed in a language other than Arabic, they would have objected to its foreignness. Yet when it was revealed in the most eloquent Arabic, they still rejected it, demonstrating that their opposition was rooted not in language or clarity, but in arrogance and stubborn denial. In reality, the non-Muslims of Mecca were renowned for their mastery of the Arabic language. Because of this expertise, they fully recognized that the style, depth, and eloquence of the Holy Quran were beyond human capability. They knew it could not be the speech of any created being. Furthermore, they had lived alongside the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, for 40 years before his declaration of prophethood. During that time, he was universally known for his honesty and integrity, never once accused of fabrication or deceit. Chapter 10 Yunus, verse 16.
For I had remained among you a lifetime before it. Then will you not reason?
This long-standing familiarity left no room for genuine doubt regarding his truthfulness. Moreover, it was well known, by both the people of the book and the non-Muslims of Mecca, that the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, had no exposure to previous divine scriptures. He neither studied nor learned from earlier religious texts, whether in their original form or altered versions. Had he done so, this would have been used immediately as evidence against him. Chapter 29 Al-Ankabut, verse 48.
And you did not recite before it any scripture, nor did you inscribe one with your right hand. Then, i.e., otherwise the falsifiers would have had cause for doubt.
Taken together, these realities leave no credible explanation for the Holy Quran, other than that it is a divine revelation from Allah, the Exalted. The rejection of the non-Muslims of Mecca, therefore, was not due to a lack of evidence, clarity, or authenticity, but rather a deliberate refusal to submit to the truth despite recognizing it. Allah, the Exalted, clarifies that the truth of the Holy Quran is not diminished by the arrogance of those who turn away from it. Even if some deliberately reject it, there will always remain people who recognize its value, embrace it sincerely, and allow it to guide their lives. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 44.
Say, it is for those who believe, a guidance and cure.
This verse makes clear that the Holy Quran is not merely a book of information, it is a source of direction and healing. It cures inner confusion, emotional unrest, moral instability, and societal disorder. No matter how advanced humanity becomes, or how much knowledge it accumulates in fields such as psychology, neuroscience, medicine, or social sciences, people will never be able to formulate a complete and flawless system of conduct. Human understanding is always incomplete, constantly changing, and influenced by personal biases, limited experience, and short-term perspectives. Even today, people are still uncovering fundamental truths about human behavior and biology. If humanity has not yet fully understood itself, it cannot possibly design a code of life that accommodates every individual, situation, and era with perfect justice and balance. Only Allah, the Exalted, possesses absolute knowledge. As the creator of all things, his awareness encompasses every aspect of existence, seen and unseen, past and future. For this reason alone, he is uniquely qualified to define what is truly beneficial and harmful, just and unjust. The guidance he revealed provides a clear standard by which people can distinguish right from wrong, and live in a way that leads to inner peace rather than constant turmoil. History repeatedly demonstrates that whenever divine guidance was sincerely applied, both at the individual level and within society, it resulted in stability, justice, and harmony. In contrast, societies that abandoned revelation in favor of human-devised systems inevitably suffered from moral decay, injustice, and psychological unrest. Therefore, people must submit to the divine code of conduct with wisdom and trust, even when it challenges personal desires or demands self-restraint. This submission is similar to the behavior of a wise patient, who follows the advice of a qualified doctor. Although the treatment may involve discipline, sacrifice, or discomfort, the patient understands that true healing lies in compliance, not indulgence. Likewise, lasting peace of mind and genuine success, both in this world and the hereafter, are only achieved by adhering sincerely to the guidance of the Holy Quran. Since obedience to Allah, the Exalted, often restrains selfish ambitions and limits unrestrained pleasure, many people choose a path that aligns instead with their personal desires. In doing so, they resemble an unwise patient who refuses medical advice simply because it conflicts with what they enjoy. Just as such a patient brings harm upon their own body and mind, the one who disobeys Allah, the Exalted, by misusing the blessings placed in their care brings harm upon themselves. Their inner equilibrium is disturbed, their judgment becomes flawed, and they lose the ability to prioritize relationships, responsibilities, and goals correctly. At the same time, they neglect to prepare for their accountability on the day of judgment. The result is a life burdened by stress, confusion, and hardship in both this world and the next, even if outward success or luxury appears to surround them. The foundation of this problem is attachment, indeed addiction, to worldly desires. When desires are allowed to dominate, a person gradually loses control over their conduct. Their actions are no longer guided by wisdom or conscience, but are driven by the urgent need to satisfy cravings, regardless of the consequences. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 44.
And those who do not believe, in their ears is deafness, and it is upon them blindness.
This blindness and deafness are not physical defects, rather they represent a spiritual numbness caused by obsession with desires. Such individuals are no longer responsive to guidance, even when it is clearly presented to them. This state is comparable to that of a drug addict. An addict becomes enslaved to their addiction, and loses the ability to govern their own behavior. In pursuit of their craving, they may commit serious wrongs, such as lying or stealing, while remaining largely unaware of the devastation they cause. Their perception becomes distorted, and rational thought is overridden by impulse. In the same way, excessive attachment to worldly pursuits, whether wealth, status, or pleasure, can turn a desire into a controlling force that dictates a person's choices and distances them from guidance. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 44.
Those are being called from a distant place.
This distance is spiritual, rather than physical. Guidance reaches them, yet it feels remote and ineffective because their hearts are overwhelmed by desire. For this reason, learning to restrain and regulate desires is essential. Islam does not call for the suppression of lawful enjoyment. Instead, it teaches moderation and balance. When desires are pursued within the boundaries set by Allah, the Exalted, they contribute to stability and well-being. But when they are left unchecked, they lead inevitably to immoral behavior, psychological distress, and physical harm. Mastery over one's desires is therefore a necessary step toward clarity of mind, moral strength, and lasting peace of mind in both worlds. Another recurring cause of misguidance throughout history has been the deliberate corruption of divine teachings by religious scholars who sought worldly authority and material gain. By altering, reinterpreting, or selectively editing the scriptures entrusted to them, such as the Torah, they aim to establish exclusive factions that would secure leadership, influence, and wealth. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 45.
And we had already given Moses the scripture, the Torah, but it came under disagreement. And if not for a word that proceeded from your Lord, it would have been concluded between them.
When divine guidance was manipulated in this manner, it fractured communities and ignited internal conflict. As divisions multiplied, the wider public began to associate religion itself with discord and harm. Observing the corruption and rivalry of their scholars, many people were deceived into believing that these figures genuinely represented divine teachings. This confusion led to doubt and uncertainty about religion as a whole. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 45.
And indeed they are, concerning it, in disquieting doubt.
For this reason, Muslims must take great care not to repeat these mistakes by distorting the teachings of the Holy Quran or the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, to serve personal ambitions or worldly desires. To abuse divine knowledge is itself a grave misuse of the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted. Such behavior disrupts a person's inner balance, clouds judgment, and leads to a failure in setting correct priorities in life. Most critically, it prevents proper preparation for accountability on the day of judgment. Even if such individuals appear outwardly successful or surrounded by luxury, their internal state will inevitably be marked by anxiety, stress, and unrest in both worlds. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, issued a severe warning regarding this matter. In a hadith recorded in Sunan Ibn Majah, number 253, he stated that the one who intentionally misuses Islamic knowledge has been promised hell. Deliberate distortion of divine teachings not only misleads others, but also corrodes one's own faith. Faith resembles a fragile plant. It requires care, sincerity, and protection. When exposed to corruption, negligence, or repeated sin, it weakens gradually. Persistent misinterpretation and wrongdoing poison the heart until faith withers entirely, often without the person realizing it. This is the greatest loss, as such a person may depart from this world devoid of faith, facing eternal regret. Therefore, manipulating divine guidance for worldly benefit inevitably results in distress in this life and punishment in the next, while also multiplying one's accountability by misleading others. Equally important is avoiding blind allegiance to any individual scholar, teacher, or sect. Divine guidance should be learned from qualified scholars, yet loyalty must always remain with Allah, the Exalted, alone, even if this requires disagreement with a teacher or group. Loyalty to people or factions often leads to the distortion of divine teachings, in order to defend reputations or ideologies. In contrast, loyalty to Allah, the Exalted, safeguards sincerity, balance, and correctness in understanding. This loyalty fosters peace of mind in both worlds, by restoring inner equilibrium, and ensuring that priorities are placed where they belong. This principle does not call for abandoning scholars or dismissing learning. Rather, it acknowledges that scholars are human and therefore fallible. When faith becomes tied to a group or personality, divine teachings are often reshaped to preserve that allegiance. This breeds sectarianism, arrogance, and division, outcomes repeatedly warned against in the Holy Quran. By contrast, when loyalty is directed to Allah, the Exalted, a person approaches the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, with humility and openness. This sincerity frees them from bias, enabling them to accept truth regardless of its source and preventing rejection of truth merely because it conflicts with group identity. Such an approach strengthens unity, cultivates tranquility of the heart, and produces righteous conduct. It also preserves faith, which, like a living plant, thrives when nourished with sincerity and humility, but dies when the soil is contaminated by misplaced loyalty and arrogance. Moreover, loyalty to Allah, the Exalted, fortifies a person against worldly temptations. Those attached to groups may compromise their principles to retain acceptance or status, whereas those devoted to Allah, the Exalted, remain steadfast even when isolated. This independence reflects genuine sincerity, as devotion is no longer driven by human approval but by commitment to divine truth. In brief, fragmentation and misguidance take root when divine knowledge is manipulated for personal or worldly benefit, whereas unity, inner tranquility, and true success arise when loyalty is devoted solely to Allah, the Exalted, and His guidance is approached with sincerity, humility, and integrity. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 46.
Whoever does righteousness, it is for his own soul, and whoever does evil does so against it.
Thus, the truly wise individual is the one who safeguards their faith, protects it from distortion and corruption, and firmly anchors their loyalty in Allah, the Exalted, alone. This unwavering loyalty represents the very essence of righteousness. It is the foundation upon which peace in this world is built, and the means by which salvation is attained in the hereafter. Through such loyalty, a person achieves a balanced mental and physical state, and is able to place everything and everyone in their life correctly. Since Allah, the Exalted, does not compel people toward either right guidance or misguidance, because doing so would invalidate the purpose of the test of worldly life, each person is granted the freedom to choose their own path. With this freedom comes accountability, as every individual will answer for the choices they make. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 46.
Whoever does righteousness, it is for his own soul, and whoever does evil does so against it. And your Lord is not ever unjust to his servants.
Understanding this truth protects a person from falling into arrogance, where they mistakenly assume that their obedience is a favor they are granting to Allah, the Exalted. Such an attitude is dangerous, as it weakens sincere obedience, especially when personal desires clash with divine commands, causing a person to drift away from the straight path. In contrast, those who realize that faith and obedience are solely for their own benefit develop true humility before Allah, the Exalted. This humility enables them to remain steadfast in obedience during hardship, as well as in times of ease. When faced with difficulties, they respond with patience, and when blessed with comfort, they respond with gratitude. Gratitude of the heart is shown by intending every action purely for the pleasure of Allah, the Exalted. Gratitude in speech is expressed through kind words or dignified silence, while gratitude in action is demonstrated by using one's blessings in a manner that aligns with the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Patience, on the other hand, is manifested by refraining from complaint, both verbally and through behavior, while continuing to obey Allah, the Exalted, with full trust that His choices are always in one's best interest, even when their wisdom is not immediately apparent. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Therefore, the person who consistently adopts this balanced and correct conduct in every situation earns the constant care, assistance and mercy of Allah, the Exalted. This divine support leads to tranquility and success in both this world and the hereafter, by granting a balanced mental and physical state, and enabling the individual to place everything and everyone in their proper position within life. This reality is affirmed in a hadith found in Sahih Muslim, number 7500. As previously noted, the leaders of the non-Muslims in Mecca used various tactics to discourage others from accepting Islam, primarily out of fear of losing their leadership and social influence. One such tactic was demanding to be informed of the exact timing of the Day of Judgment. When they were not given a precise answer, they falsely claimed this proved that the Day of Judgment would never occur. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 47.
To him alone is attributed knowledge of the hour.
This attitude was inherently flawed. The lack of knowledge regarding the timing of the Day of Judgment does not negate its certainty, just as the uncertainty of the moment of death does not prevent death from occurring. Certain realities, like death and the Day of Judgment, have been concealed from creation to ensure that individuals remain in a constant state of readiness, rather than delaying preparation until the moment arrives. This approach encourages proactive diligence, which is far more effective than reactive action. For instance, a wise student preparing for a surprise test will study consistently in anticipation, whereas a student who is given a fixed date may procrastinate, undermining their success. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 187.
It lays heavily upon the heavens and the earth. It will not come upon you except unexpectedly.
Islam also addresses those who claim they will not accept or follow its teachings, until every unseen matter, including angels and other elements of the unseen world, is made fully visible and understandable to them. This perspective is fundamentally flawed, for the essence of faith lies in believing in unseen realities without requiring sensory verification. True belief in Allah, the Exalted, derives its value precisely from trust in what is unseen. Yet, although humans cannot directly perceive these realities, they are supported by countless signs in the universe. Just as the existence of a painting points to the presence of a painter, the existence of the world, with its harmony, order and balance, clearly demonstrates the presence of a creator. Furthermore, there are countless practical phenomena in everyday life that people rely upon without fully understanding them, such as the action of medicines within the body, yet they accept and benefit from them without question. While the guidance provided by Islam is firmly grounded in evidence, reason, and observable reality, some aspects necessarily concern the unseen. This element of the unseen enhances the merit of faith, as it requires trust, submission, and sincerity. Consequently, a person who claims belief only after witnessing unseen entities, such as angels, does not attain true virtue, because genuine faith involves conviction in what cannot be directly seen or verified. Belief gained after direct observation lacks the uniqueness and value inherent in faith exercised in the presence of uncertainty. The human test lies in recognizing reality and obeying Allah, the Exalted, even though disobedience is possible. In revealing divine scriptures and sending the holy prophets, peace be upon them, Allah, the Exalted, has deliberately preserved human free will, allowing for independent judgment and the exercise of choice. He has not made reality so manifest as to leave humans no option but to obey, because such a scenario would remove the possibility of meaningful testing and render reward and accountability meaningless. Therefore, people should not expect the unseen, such as the manifestation of Allah, the Exalted, or His angels, to be revealed before they choose to believe. Were these realities immediately apparent, free will would be nullified, and the spiritual and moral value of faith and obedience would be lost. Faith and obedience are only meaningful when a degree of unseen remains, requiring humans to accept and act upon truth without physical proof. If all hidden realities were visible, even the most stubborn disbelievers and the most sinful individuals would have no choice but to acknowledge the truth, and the opportunity for voluntary submission would vanish. The significance of belief and obedience exists solely while reality is partially concealed. The ability to make choices, to accept or reject truth, forms the foundation of human accountability. The full unveiling of all unseen matters will occur only on the Day of Judgment, when every intention, decision, and action is exposed. That moment will mark the end of the period of testing, and all of creation will be held accountable for the choices made while the unseen remained hidden, highlighting the purpose and fairness of life's trials. A fundamental requirement for holding individuals accountable on the Day of Judgment is complete knowledge of their intentions, speech, and actions, knowledge that belongs solely to Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 47.
And fruits emerge not from their coverings, nor does a female conceive or give birth except with His knowledge.
First, in order to develop the correct understanding of Allah's infinite knowledge, it is essential to recognize that His knowledge is innate, limitless, and eternal, having neither beginning nor end. In contrast, the knowledge of the creation is finite, granted by Allah, and has both a beginning and an end. Attempting to debate or analyze matters beyond this distinction often leads to fruitless discussions that have no bearing on accountability on the Day of Judgment. Instead, a person should concentrate on practical Islamic matters for which they will be questioned, such as their financial dealings, ethical conduct, and fulfillment of responsibilities toward others. Second, one of the remarkable features of the Holy Quran is its ability to take abstract concepts, like the infinite knowledge of Allah, the Exalted, and present them in a tangible and practical manner that can be easily visualized and applied. This method allows a person to remember Allah, even when they are not actively studying the Quran. For instance, as someone walks along a path and observes a leaf falling to the ground, they can recall the following verse and reflect on the vastness of Allah's knowledge, which encompasses every intention, every word spoken, and every action performed. Chapter 6 Al-An'am, verse 59.
And with Him are the keys of the unseen, none knows them except Him. And He knows what is on the land and in the sea. Not a leaf falls but that He knows it. And no grain is there within the darknesses of the earth, and no moist or dry thing but that it is written in a clear record.
This simple observation, a leaf descending to the ground, thus becomes a profound reminder to maintain purity in intention, speech, and actions, since every detail will be accounted for in both worlds. Even the most ordinary events in daily life serve as opportunities to reflect on the blessings one has been granted, and to employ them in ways that please Allah, the Exalted, in accordance with His guidance. Finally, reflecting on the verses that describe the infinite knowledge of Allah, the Exalted, provides a powerful proof of the divine origin of the Holy Quran. Human beings, when discussing knowledge, naturally confine themselves to what they have observed, experienced, or studied. They speak in terms of mathematics, commerce, science, history, or other practical matters familiar to them. Their understanding is inherently limited, shaped by their personal experiences, and the information they have gathered over a finite lifetime. Even the most intelligent or learned individuals will frame knowledge according to their own domain, for the human mind cannot spontaneously grasp knowledge that is absolute, limitless, and all-encompassing across time, space, and creation. In contrast, the Holy Quran presents knowledge in a manner that transcends human thought. It addresses realities far beyond ordinary perception, such as the growth of fruits from their coverings, the conception and birth of living beings, the hidden moisture within the earth, and even the fall of a single leaf. These are not random examples. They are precise illustrations of the meticulous and all-encompassing knowledge of Allah, the Exalted. No human being, in describing the limits of their own knowledge, would ever naturally focus on such phenomena, as they may appear trivial or go unnoticed in daily life. Yet the Holy Quran connects these seemingly small occurrences to the infinite wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, demonstrating that nothing in creation is outside His awareness. These examples serve a dual purpose. They act as practical, observable signs that anyone can witness, linking abstract concepts, like the magnitude of divine knowledge, to tangible realities in the world. At the same time, they reveal the vast scope of knowledge of Allah, the Exalted, which encompasses all things, the smallest particle to the largest system, the seen and the unseen, the past, present, and future. This combination of clarity, universality, and precision is unlike any human discourse. While humans often describe knowledge in terms of what benefits themselves or their societies, the Holy Quran addresses all creation simultaneously, presenting it in a manner that is coherent, flawless, and free from contradiction. The miraculous nature of this presentation becomes even more apparent when considering the context of its revelation. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was unlettered and had no formal education in any field of knowledge that could account for such insight. Yet the Holy Quran accurately details the workings of the universe, the processes of life, and the unseen phenomena, using examples that illuminate profound truths in a way that is clear, relatable, and intellectually compelling. It encourages reflection on even the smallest and most common occurrences, showing that everything in existence falls under the infinite awareness of Allah, the Exalted. Ultimately, this demonstrates that the Holy Quran could not have originated from any human being. The precision, relevance, and depth of the knowledge it contains, combined with its applicability across all times and circumstances, unmistakably point to its divine source. It surpasses human limitations while simultaneously offering practical guidance for everyday life, linking the recognition of infinite knowledge of Allah, the Exalted, with personal accountability, moral responsibility, and the proper use of the blessings He has granted. In this way, the Holy Quran serves both as a source of spiritual reflection and as a practical guide for living in harmony with the wisdom of Allah, the Exalted. As Allah, the Exalted, possesses perfect and all-encompassing knowledge of everything, no one can escape the consequences of choosing to disobey Him. If a person turns away from Allah, the Exalted, and obeys anything else instead, they will ultimately face the results of that choice. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 47.
And the day He will call to them, where are my partners?
It is crucial to understand that partners, or other deities, are not limited to idols alone. In truth, anything or anyone that is obeyed in opposition to Allah, the Exalted, such as trends, social media, fashion, cultural expectations, or even influential people, becomes what a person truly serves. Chapter 9 at Tawbah, verse 31.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah.
This demonstrates that obedience in defiance of Allah, the Exalted, is treated as a form of worship, even if it is not directed at a literal deity. Similarly, the Holy Quran addresses the principle in relation to the devil. Chapter 36 Yasin, verse 60.
Did I not enjoin upon you, O children of Adam, that you not worship Satan, for indeed he is to you a clear enemy?
Most people do not literally worship the devil, yet their submission to anything contrary to Allah, the Exalted, aligns them with His path. This shows that disobedience, in whatever form, effectively places one under the authority of something other than Allah, the Exalted. Those who pursue such obedience inevitably become enslaved to multiple masters. Just as an employee struggling to meet the conflicting demands of several supervisors cannot satisfy them all, so too does a person who abandons servitude to Allah, the Exalted, become burdened and overwhelmed. This divided loyalty creates stress, unhappiness, and mental turmoil. Over time, it can manifest as isolation, anxiety, depression, and even destructive behaviors, as the efforts to please worldly influences fail to bring true fulfillment. The experiences of many celebrities and public figures exemplify this reality. Furthermore, worshipping or obeying these false masters offers no benefit in the hereafter. Those to whom a person submits in opposition to Allah, the Exalted, cannot intervene or assist during the time of accountability. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verses 47 to 48.
They will say, "We announce to you that there is no longer among us any witness to that. And lost from them will be those they were invoking before, and they will be certain that they have no place of escape."
To avoid such a fate, one must forsake the obedience of all entities that divert them from Allah, the Exalted, and instead devote themselves exclusively to Him. This entails using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in accordance with Islamic guidance so that one achieves proper balance, peace of mind, and the correct placement of people and priorities within their life. By committing to this path, a person attains tranquility in both worlds, maintains a stable mental and physical state, and prepares fully for accountability on the Day of Judgment. After encouraging people to obey Him, and to avoid submitting to anything that leads to disobedience, Allah, the Exalted, guides them toward adopting the proper conduct in their obedience. This correct conduct involves remaining patient during hardships and maintaining obedience in every circumstance, not merely during difficulties. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 49.
Man is not weary of supplication for good things, but if evil touches him, he is hopeless and despairing.
Patience in Islam means refraining from complaining in words or actions, while consistently maintaining sincere obedience to Allah, the Exalted, throughout trials. This obedience entails using the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in ways pleasing to Him, as outlined in the Holy Quran and exemplified in the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The foundation of true patience is knowledge. The more one studies and implements Islamic teachings, the more one comes to understand that everything Allah, the Exalted, decrees is ultimately best, even if its wisdom is hidden. Difficulties are not meaningless. They carry lessons and benefits that may only be revealed over time or in the hereafter. For instance, the story of the Holy Prophet Yusuf, peace be upon him, exemplifies this principle. Separated from his parents at a young age, abandoned in a dark well by his brothers, sold into slavery, and later unjustly imprisoned, he endured extreme hardships. Yet, each trial equipped him with the experience, resilience, and insight necessary to save the people of Egypt from famine. If he had not endured these difficulties patiently, he would not have been positioned to benefit millions. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Belief in the hidden wisdom behind trials, and maintaining obedience despite hardships, is a critical aspect of faith. It is easy to acknowledge Allah, the Exalted, and offer gratitude during times of ease, but the true measure of faith is demonstrated when a person continues to obey, trust, and praise Him in moments of trial. Studying Islamic teachings also helps a person gain perspective by comparing their own challenges to the greater difficulties endured by others, those more beloved to Allah, the Exalted, or even observing individuals within their own era facing greater trials. This perspective reduces the magnitude of one's own hardship and facilitates the cultivation of patience. Moreover, Islamic teachings reinforce the understanding of destiny. Every event in a person's life, whether of ease or difficulty, is inevitable. Complaining about what is predetermined does no good. Instead, patience transforms trials into sources of immense reward. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 10.
The patient will be given their reward without account, i.e., limit.
A person, therefore, faces a choice: confront inevitable trials with patience and earn limitless reward, or face them with impatience and forfeit the benefits that could have been gained. In either scenario, the event will occur. It is wisdom to maximize benefit by exercising patience. Chapter 57 Al-Hadid, verses 22 to 23.
No disaster strikes upon the earth or among yourselves except that it is in a register before we bring it into being. Indeed that for Allah is easy. In order that you not despair over what has eluded you.
Patience also teaches the recognition that what a person desires in this world may not truly be best for them. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
Daily life offers countless examples of this principle. Things we crave may later bring stress, while circumstances we resist may turn out to be beneficial. Understanding this truth tempers impatience when facing trials that conflict with personal desires, fostering acceptance and reliance upon Allah, the Exalted. Facing hardships also strengthens mental and emotional resilience, much like gold is purified in fire. Individuals accustomed to an easy life may experience extreme stress when confronted with ordinary difficulties, such as marital or professional challenges. Tests serve to develop fortitude, enabling a person to navigate future trials with greater ease and stability. Patience, however, is required not only in times of difficulty but also during periods of ease. When life is comfortable, patience ensures that one does not misuse blessings, whether they be good health, financial growth, or personal achievements. Awareness and self-restraint in times of ease are essential to maintaining balance, humility, and gratitude. The wisdom behind trials is vast, as discussed in Islamic teachings. Therefore, it is crucial for individuals to study, learn, and act upon these teachings, applying patience in all situations to earn immeasurable reward in both worlds. True patience resembles the compliance of a wise patient with their physician. Even when prescribed bitter medicine or a strict diet, the patient submits knowing it is for their benefit. Patience does not imply passivity. A key aspect of patience is actively addressing a situation in accordance with Islamic guidance. For example, a wife subjected to abuse should take steps to protect herself and her children, such as separating from her husband. Taking responsible action does not contradict patience, whereas inaction does not constitute patience at all. Similarly, expressing emotions like sadness or crying is permissible. The Holy Prophet Yaqub, peace be upon him, wept profoundly over his grief for his son Yusuf, peace be upon him, until he became blind, yet he was never reproached by Allah the Exalted. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 84.
And he turned away from them and said, O my sorrow over Joseph, and his eyes became white from grief, for he was of that a suppressor.
Likewise, the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, wept upon the death of his son Ibrahim, may Allah be pleased with him, as recorded in Sunan Abu Dawood, number 3126. Patience is not negated by expressing natural human emotions. Only disobedience to Allah, the Exalted, through one's speech or actions contradicts true patience. It is important to emphasize that patience must be maintained from the onset of a difficulty until the end of one's life. A hadith in Sahih Bukhari, number 1302, underscores this point. Delaying patience until later in a trial is not true patience but mere acceptance, which anyone might naturally adopt. A Muslim must control their words and actions from the beginning of a trial, and sustain this conduct until they depart from this world. Any lapse in patience risks forfeiting the immense reward that Allah, the Exalted, has promised. Allah, the Exalted, also reproves those who, after experiencing relief from hardship through His mercy, fail to acknowledge His aid and instead attribute their worldly achievements solely to themselves. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 50.
And if we let him taste mercy from us after an adversity which has touched him, he will surely say, This is due to me.
This verse highlights a common human failing, the tendency to forget the role of Allah, the Exalted, in every success, comfort, or relief that one experiences. When a person overestimates their own abilities and disregards the blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has granted, they foster arrogance and ingratitude in their heart. Such individuals may take credit for opportunities, talents, wealth, or accomplishments, ignoring the fact that without divine aid, none of these achievements would be possible. For instance, a person who attains wealth, health, or a promotion may pride themselves in their effort, while failing to recognize the guidance, protection, and opportunities provided by Allah, the Exalted. This attitude not only undermines the person's relationship with Allah, the Exalted, but also creates an inflated sense of self-sufficiency, which blinds them to the reality that all relief and success ultimately originate from the mercy of Allah, the Exalted. This attitude fosters persistent ingratitude, encouraging a person to continue misusing the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted. When gratitude is absent, a person is more likely to squander their blessings, neglect their responsibilities, and act contrary to the guidance outlined in the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Such behavior reflects the mindset of someone who disregards their accountability on Judgment Day, even if they outwardly claim to believe in it. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 50.
And I do not think the hour will occur.
This demonstrates how ingratitude can distort a person's understanding of reality and the hereafter. A person consumed by selfishness may adopt a dismissive attitude toward Judgment Day, treating the divine promise of accountability as a remote or improbable event. Their focus shifts entirely to immediate comforts and desires, neglecting preparation for the eternal consequences of their actions. In doing so, they place themselves on a path of spiritual imbalance. Their hearts become hardened, their judgment clouded, and their connection with Allah, the Exalted, weakened. Just as wealth without gratitude can lead to moral corruption, so too can relief from hardship, when unacknowledged, become a test of the heart. Persistent ingratitude can also lead to wishful thinking, where a person falsely assumes that worldly success guarantees divine approval or success in the hereafter. A person may believe that just as they have achieved accomplishments or overcome difficulties in this life, they will automatically be granted mercy or forgiveness on Judgment Day, perhaps relying on the intercession of others, last-minute repentance, or making excuses for their wrong actions. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 50.
And even if I should be returned to my Lord indeed, for me there will be with him the best.
Such self-deception reflects a fundamental misunderstanding, a divine justice. The hereafter is not governed by worldly achievements, social influence, or empty claims of repentance made at the last moment. Rather, it is based on sincere obedience, righteous conduct, and the proper use of the blessings that Allah, the Exalted, has granted. People who assume they can bypass accountability through wishful thinking are ignoring the very principles upon which faith and morality are built. In reality, this mindset can lead to moral negligence, carelessness in performing obligations, and a false sense of security, all of which endanger both their spiritual and worldly well-being. Indeed, a person who behaves in such a manner, claiming faith in Allah the Exalted, yet persistently attributing their success to themselves, ignoring His mercy, and indulging in ingratitude, risks losing their faith entirely. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 50.
But we will surely inform those who disbelieved about what they did, and we will surely make them taste a massive punishment.
This verse illustrates the severity of allowing ingratitude and self-centeredness to take root in the heart. Faith is not a permanent possession. It is a delicate living entity that requires continual care and attention. Just as a flame depends on fuel to keep burning, faith requires constant nourishment through sincere obedience, gratitude, reflection on Allah's, the Exalted, commands, and adherence to the guidance of the Holy Quran and the teachings of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Neglecting this spiritual sustenance gradually diminishes the light of faith. A person may initially maintain outward expressions of belief while inwardly drifting away, allowing arrogance, self-reliance, or worldly attachment to replace reliance on Allah, the Exalted. Over time, the heart becomes hardened, moral sensitivity dulls, and the once vibrant flame of faith risks being extinguished. Just as a neglected fire can leave a home in darkness and vulnerability, a heart deprived of spiritual care is left exposed to misguidance, moral weakness, and ultimate loss in both this world and the hereafter. Furthermore, the loss of faith is not only a personal tragedy, but also has consequences for the individual's interactions and responsibilities in society. Without a firm grounding in sincere belief, a person may misuse the blessings of Allah, the Exalted, harm others, and disrupt the balance and peace that faith cultivates within oneself and within communities. The extinguishing of faith therefore represents the gravest loss, for it strips the individual of guidance, moral clarity, and the ultimate protection against error and wrongdoing. In essence, maintaining faith requires vigilance, constantly reflecting on the mercy and wisdom of Allah, the Exalted, acknowledging the source of all blessings, and nurturing obedience even during ease and hardship. Just as a gardener waters, protects, and tends to delicate plants to ensure their growth, a person must actively nurture their faith to preserve its light, its warmth, and its guiding power throughout life. Losing this care, even for a short period, can lead to spiritual decline and ultimately severe consequences as indicated in the verse above. Allah, the Exalted, also critiques those who only turn to Him during times of hardship, treating His mercy and guidance as though they were a personal convenience to be accessed at will. When difficulties strike, they supplicate extensively and call upon Him. Yet, when ease and blessings are granted, they neglect Him and become ungrateful. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 51.
And when we bestow favor upon man, he turns away and distances himself. But when evil touches him, then he is full of extensive supplication.
This behavior reflects a transactional mindset, where faith is approached as a system of personal gain rather than sincere devotion. Islam, in contrast to many other systems of belief, is not a transactional path. True Islam invites people to recognize their position as the creation and servants of Allah, the Exalted, and to live in alignment with their divine purpose. While Islam offers worldly benefits, such as achieving inner peace and balance when one correctly utilizes the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, these are secondary and incidental. They are byproducts of living in accordance with divine guidance, not the ultimate goal. The primary purpose is the fulfillment of one's responsibility as a servant and the attainment of eternal success in both worlds. Unfortunately, many people, including Muslims themselves, have adopted a transactional approach. They perform good deeds and acts of worship with the explicit expectation of receiving worldly benefits, such as wealth, children, or comfort. In doing so, they treat the treasury of Allah, the Exalted, as if it were a shop where spiritual acts can be exchanged for material rewards. This attitude is misguided, because it demonstrates a lack of understanding of what is genuinely beneficial. Chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, verse 216.
But perhaps you hate a thing and it is good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it is bad for you. And Allah knows while you know not.
By focusing on worldly returns, such individuals risk pursuing what may actually be harmful for them, ignoring the wisdom and ultimate benefit embedded in the decrees of Allah, the Exalted. Beyond this, performing good deeds purely for worldly gain invalidates the spiritual merit of the action. Allah, the Exalted, only rewards those deeds done with sincere intention to please Him, a truth emphasized in a hadith found in Jami at Tirmidhi, number 3154. When acts are done solely for temporal gain, they are deprived a divine reward, leaving the doer spiritually impoverished despite apparent success in the worldly sense. Moreover, a transactional mindset undermines obedience itself. If the desired worldly outcome is not realized, the individual will inevitably feel disillusioned, and may abandon acts of obedience altogether. This behavior not only diminishes their spiritual growth, but also leads to the misuse of the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them. Over time, such a person will suffer from imbalance in both mental and physical states, misplacing priorities, neglecting relationships, and failing to adequately prepare for accountability on the Day of Judgment. Even if they enjoy certain worldly luxuries, their inner turmoil, dissatisfaction, and spiritual deficiency will prevent them from attaining true peace. The reality is that this person is the ultimate loser, though they may not realize it. Chapter 18 Al-Kahf, verses 103 to 104.
Say, shall we believers inform you of the greatest losers as to their deeds? They are those whose effort is lost in worldly life, while they think that they are doing well in work.
Thus, Islam teaches that sincerity, humility, and purposefulness in obedience to Allah, the Exalted, are essential. Acts of worship and the correct use of blessings should be performed to align with divine guidance, not as instruments for worldly gain. Only then can one achieve true balance, mental and physical stability, proper placement of all matters in life, and ultimate peace in both this world and the hereafter. Obeying Allah, the Exalted, often requires resisting desires and inclinations that may seem appealing in this world. Because human impulses frequently conflict with divine guidance, Allah, the Exalted, cautions people not to turn away from the Islamic code of conduct, emphasizing that following it is ultimately for their own benefit. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 52.
Say, have you considered, if the Quran is from Allah and you disbelieved in it?
This verse reminds people that neglecting or rejecting the Holy Quran has serious consequences, affecting their mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. Unlike other systems of belief that demand blind obedience, Islam encourages individuals to examine, reflect upon, and understand its teachings. Allah, the Exalted, provides clear guidance, supported by logical proofs and practical examples, so that anyone who approaches the Holy Quran with sincerity and an open mind can recognize its truth. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
When a person studies the teachings of Islam with honesty and reflection, they will perceive its wisdom and understand the benefits it brings, including balance in their mental and physical state, clarity of purpose, and harmony in their relationships and responsibilities. On the other hand, those who allow their worldly desires and ambitions to dominate their choices will reject or ignore this guidance. Their negligence encourages continued misuse of the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has granted them, causing disorder in their lives. Priorities become confused, relationships suffer, and their mental and physical health deteriorates. They also fail to prepare adequately for accountability on the Day of Judgment, facing difficulties in both this world and the hereafter, even if they enjoy material comforts. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 52.
Who would be more astray than one who is in extreme dissension?
This verse illustrates that rejecting divine guidance is not a minor misstep. It leads to complete disorientation, where one's mind, heart, and actions are misaligned with their true purpose. While worldly pleasures may temporarily distract them, these comforts cannot restore the inner balance, tranquility, or fulfillment that obedience to Allah, the Exalted, provides. To stray from the guidance of the Holy Quran is to wander without direction, leaving a person vulnerable to stress, conflict, and spiritual loss. Ultimately, the purpose of the Holy Quran is to guide humanity toward well-being in both worlds. Those who approach it sincerely will find clarity, harmony, and peace, while those who allow worldly distractions to dominate will experience confusion, misplacement, and difficulty. Reflecting on its teachings, submitting to Allah, the Exalted, and applying His guidance consistently is the path to balance, success, and eternal benefit. In addition, Islam calls on people to reflect deeply on the world around them, the choices of others, and their own experiences in order to recognize the truth and wisdom of the Holy Quran. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 53.
We will show them our signs in the horizons and within themselves, until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth.
This verse illustrates that divine guidance is revealed not only through direct teachings, but also through observation and contemplation of the signs embedded in creation and in one's own self. Islam warns against a narrow, self-centered focus that restricts attention solely to personal concerns while ignoring the broader realities of life. Such an inward-looking mindset prevents the heart from perceiving the lessons that Allah, the Exalted, has placed in the natural world, human history, and the experiences of others. Through reflection, one gains insight into the consequences of human actions, both individually and collectively. For example, observing the lives of those who misuse the blessings Allah, the Exalted, has given them, whether wealth, influence, or power, often reveals that indulgence and self-interest lead to inner turmoil, anxiety, depression, addiction, and even despair, despite outward comforts. These examples show that true peace of mind cannot be bought with material possessions or fleeting pleasures. Rather, it is achieved through the correct and balanced use of the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted. Similarly, witnessing the struggles of those facing hardship or illness encourages gratitude for one's own health and resources, motivating proper care and mindful use of these blessings before they are lost. Reflection on such events, whether in personal life, the lives of others, or the broader world, cultivates humility, patience, and self-awareness. It allows individuals to avoid repeated mistakes, refine their character, and attain lasting tranquility through maintaining a balanced mental and physical state, while correctly placing everything and everyone in their life according to the guidance of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 53.
We will show them our signs in the horizons and within themselves, until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth.
One can also derive profound understanding of the truthfulness of Islam by reflecting on their own personal experiences. Among the most compelling signs pointing to the oneness of Allah, the Exalted, and His supreme authority over all creation, is something experienced by virtually everyone, regardless of their faith or lack thereof. When a person encounters a genuine difficulty that cannot be resolved by any means at their disposal, no matter their wealth, knowledge, or connections, they instinctively turn to a single, supreme God, Allah the Exalted, in supplication. Even those who do not consciously believe in God often find themselves calling upon one Creator in moments of extreme need, never appealing to multiple deities. This response is innate, emerging from the deepest part of the human soul. It is a reality so universal that it even appears in popular media, such as movies and television shows, where characters sometimes explicitly portrayed as non-believers turn to one God in moments of desperation. Despite attempts by some storytellers to minimize or mock religious belief, this instinctive recognition of a singular divine power continues to manifest in these narratives, reflecting an undeniable truth embedded in human nature. This natural inclination to turn toward Allah, the Exalted, in times of need originates from the soul itself, which bore witness to His lordship, oneness, and absolute dominion over all things before entering the worldly life. Chapter 7 Al-Araf, verse 172.
And mention when your Lord took from the children of Adam from their loins their descendants and made them testify of themselves, saying to them, Am I not your Lord? They said, Yes, we have testified.
This verse emphasizes that the human soul inherently recognizes Allah, the Exalted, as the one true Lord, and this recognition forms the foundation of sincere faith. Moments of difficulty serve as reminders of this inner testimony, compelling the individual to reflect and recognize that their ultimate reliance must be on Allah, the Exalted. Such moments of need awaken the soul's innate awareness of its Creator, reinforcing the truth of His oneness and the wisdom of turning to Him alone. By paying attention to these experiences, one is guided toward genuine belief in Allah, the Exalted, if such belief is not yet fully established, and toward sincere obedience for those who already believe. Obedience is manifested in the correct use of the blessings granted by Allah, the Exalted, in ways that are pleasing to Him. The soul itself inclines toward this path, especially when tested by hardships, reminding the individual that peace of mind, spiritual contentment, and true success, both in this life and the hereafter, are achieved through submission to Allah, the Exalted, and mindful stewardship of His gifts. These moments of reflection serve as both a reminder of the soul's original testimony and a call to act upon it, integrating belief into practical conduct and daily life. Chapter 10 Yunus, verse 22.
It is He who enables you to travel on land and sea until when you are in ships and they sail with them by a good wind and they rejoice therein, there comes a storm wind and the waves come upon them from every place and they expect to be engulfed. They supplicate Allah sincere to Him in religion, If you should save us from this, we will surely be among the thankful.
Islam encourages people not only to reflect on human experiences, but also to observe the natural world, as both serve as clear signs of the truthfulness of the Holy Quran. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 53.
We will show them our signs in the horizons and within themselves, until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth.
When one contemplates the vastness of the heavens and the earth, along with the intricate and perfectly balanced systems within them, it becomes evident that there is only one creator and sustainer of the universe. For instance, the sun is positioned at a precise distance from the earth. Any significant change would make life impossible. Likewise, the earth's atmosphere is perfectly calibrated to sustain life, maintaining the right balance of air, temperature, and pressure. Even a simple human construction, such as a building, requires careful planning, measurement, and structural supports like pillars to ensure stability. If humans need such attention to detail for small-scale projects, how could the creation of the entire universe occur without design? The flawless balance and functionality of the cosmos clearly point to the deliberate planning of Allah, the Exalted. Chapter 13 Ar-Ra'd verse 2.
It is Allah who erected the heavens without pillars that you can see.
The path of the sun, ensures that the Earth receives a carefully balanced cycle of light and darkness. The length of days and nights, along with their gradual variation throughout the year, has been designed to allow humans to derive maximum benefit from them. Were the days to be excessively long, individuals would become exhausted due to the prolonged activity and exposure to sunlight. Conversely, if nights were extended, there would be insufficient time for people to perform essential tasks such as earning a livelihood, acquiring knowledge, or engaging in other valuable activities. On the other hand, if nights were too short, humans would be deprived of adequate rest, resulting in diminished health and productivity. Any significant alteration in the length of days or nights would also affect agriculture, disturbing the growth cycles of crops and jeopardizing the sustenance of both humans and animals. The flawless harmony of days, nights, and other interrelated systems in the universe points clearly to the oneness of Allah, the Exalted. Multiple deities would have conflicting desires, inevitably leading to disorder and chaos within creation. Chapter 21 Al-Anbiya, verse 22.
Had there been within them, i.e., the heavens and earth gods besides Allah, they both would have been ruined.
The moon complements this system by reflecting sunlight, providing illumination during the night, and serving as a guide for travelers crossing deserts, seas, and oceans, a method of navigation that continues to be vital for transporting goods even today. Its phases are essential for regulating the tides of oceans and seas, which in turn sustain marine ecosystems and influence weather patterns. Any disruption in these tides could have devastating consequences for life on Earth. Together, the sun and moon provide humans with a reliable measure of time, which is crucial for organizing daily life. Observing the precise placement and function of these celestial bodies highlights the work of a conscious creator, demonstrating that such order cannot occur randomly. The Earth itself exhibits extraordinary balance and design. Its terrain allows for both agricultural productivity and construction, offering a stable foundation for human habitation. While some regions feature extreme altitudes that are challenging to inhabit due to limited oxygen or difficult access, the vast majority of the Earth's surface is situated at optimum levels for human use. Furthermore, although certain remote areas are naturally difficult to access, the majority of land is deliberately arranged to be easily reachable and usable. Essential resources necessary for human survival are distributed in a way that reflects their importance. The more vital a resource, the more accessible it is. This careful arrangement of the Earth and its resources is far too precise to be accidental, clearly indicating the presence of a creator. The water cycle exemplifies this divine balance. Water evaporates from oceans, rises to form clouds, and condenses into rain, which often falls as slightly acidic precipitation. The mountains act as natural filters, neutralizing the acidity so that both humans and animals can utilize the water safely. Any disruption in this system would lead to catastrophic consequences. The salinity of the seas ensures that decomposing organisms do not contaminate marine life, while simultaneously allowing ships to navigate the waters safely. This delicate balance enables both sea life to thrive and maritime transport to continue, a perfect system that even today remains the primary method for transporting goods across the globe. Rainfall is also meticulously regulated. Too little rain results in drought and famine, while excessive rain causes flooding. Chapter 23 Al-Mu'minun, verse 18.
And we have sent down rain from the sky in a measured amount and settled it in the earth. And indeed, we are able to take it away.
The winds too serve multiple essential functions. They facilitate the pollination of crops, plants, and trees, ensuring the reproduction and sustainability of plant life. Historically, they were indispensable for sea travel, which continues to be a critical means of global trade. Winds also distribute rainfall by moving clouds to areas where water is needed, sustaining ecosystems and human life. Any imbalance in this system, either a lack of wind or excessive wind, would lead to chaos, demonstrating the precision of Allah the Exalted in regulating natural forces. The design of living creatures further confirms this balance and planning. Evolution, being a process of mutation, is inherently imperfect. Yet, when one examines the countless species on Earth, it is evident that they are perfectly suited for the environments they inhabit. Camels, for example, are designed to endure extreme desert heat and survive long periods without water. Chapter 88 Al-Ghashiyah, verse 17.
Then do they not look at the camels, how they are created?
Goats, likewise, are created with a natural system that separates impurities from their milk, ensuring it is safe for consumption. Chapter 16 An-Nahl, verse 66.
And indeed for you in grazing livestock is a lesson. We give you drink from what is in their bellies, between excretion and blood, pure milk palatable to drinkers.
Each species has a lifespan and reproductive capacity, specifically calibrated to maintain ecological balance. For instance, flies live only 3 to 4 weeks but produce hundreds of eggs, preventing their extinction while also avoiding overpopulation. Other long-lived creatures reproduce sparingly to maintain population equilibrium. Such precision could not occur by accident, nor can it be fully explained by random evolutionary processes. Those who contemplate the flawless balance and intricate design of the sun, moon, earth, water cycle, winds, and living creatures cannot logically deny the existence of a single all-powerful creator who oversees and controls all things. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 53.
We will show them our signs in the horizons and within themselves, until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth.
Together, these two realms, the internal reflection upon the self and experiences, and the observation of the external world, converge to reveal undeniable signs of the truth of Islam. They show that life is purposeful, creation is intentional, and guidance is divine. The verse emphasizes that such reflection is not a mere intellectual exercise. It is meant to lead to recognition, belief, and sincere obedience to Allah the Exalted. As these signs become apparent in the horizons of the universe, and within the horizons of the self, the truth of Allah's oneness, wisdom and guidance becomes evident, guiding the heart towards faith and aligning actions with the divine purpose. In conclusion, Islam encapsulates a holistic approach to understanding the truth. The human being is called to reflect on personal experiences, historical lessons, the lives of others, and the intricate balance of creation. Through these signs, Allah the Exalted provides a path to certainty and understanding, revealing His truth in ways that are accessible to all who observe attentively and contemplate sincerely. This verse affirms that both internal reflection and external observation are essential tools for recognizing the truth and fulfilling one's purpose in life, ultimately leading to awareness, submission, and peace in this world and the next, through obtaining a balanced mental and physical state, and through correctly placing everything and everyone within their life. Whether a person chooses to reflect on the creation, the events of history, the lives of others, or the workings of their own soul with sincerity and an open mind, or whether they turn away in heedlessness, the ultimate reality remains unchanged. Allah the Exalted is fully aware of all things. He witnesses every intention harbored in the heart, every word spoken, and every action carried out. Nothing escapes His knowledge, whether hidden or apparent, mundane or significant. This comprehensive witnessing encompasses both the inner and outer realms of existence, reminding human beings that accountability is not limited to visible deeds alone, but extends to every thought and desire. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 53.
But is it not sufficient concerning your Lord that He is, over all things, a witness?
While reflection provides guidance, clarity, and the opportunity for conscious obedience, accountability does not rely on human awareness or insight. The mere fact that Allah, the Exalted, is a witness over all things ensures that every person's choices carry consequences, whether they acknowledge His signs or ignore them. Not only does Allah, the Exalted, possess the knowledge to hold people accountable, but He also possesses the power to resurrect them and subject them to their accountability. Chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 54.
Unquestionably, they are in doubt about the meeting with their Lord.
Rejecting the possibility of resurrection on the Day of Judgment is an extraordinary position, especially when the natural world repeatedly displays patterns that mirror resurrection. Allah, the Exalted, brings lifeless earth back to vitality through rainfall, transforming barren soil into fertile ground and causing dormant seeds to burst forth with life. If a dead seed can emerge from the earth renewed, then reviving the human being, who is likewise placed into the ground, is no more difficult for the one who created both. The cycle of the seasons offers another unmistakable sign. In winter, trees appear lifeless as their leaves fall away, yet with the arrival of spring, they return to full bloom. Even within the human body, a continuous process of renewal unfolds. Countless cells die and are replaced every moment. The daily rhythm of sleep and wakefulness also reflects this truth. Sleep resembles a minor death, for the sleeper's awareness is suspended. Allah, the Exalted, then restores life by returning the soul to the body for those destined to continue living. Chapter 39 Az-Zumar, verse 42.
Allah takes the souls at the time of their death, and those that do not die He takes during their sleep. Then He keeps those for which He has decreed death, and releases the others for a specified term. Indeed, in that are signs for a people who give thought.
Beyond these signs, the Day of Judgment is a necessity. The universe is built upon balance. The Earth orbits the Sun at a precise distance that allows life to exist. A slight shift would render the planet uninhabitable. The water cycle operates with perfect regularity, ensuring that rain continues to sustain life. The ground is firm enough to support towering structures, yet soft enough for fragile shoots to break through its surface. These examples reveal not only a creator, but a creator who establishes harmony. Yet human actions remain visibly unbalanced. Oppressors often escape justice in this world, while the oppressed endure hardship without receiving their due compensation. Many who sincerely obey Allah, the Exalted, face trials and receive only a portion of their reward in this life, whereas those who openly disobey Him may enjoy comfort and ease. Since balance is a defining feature of creation, justice must ultimately be restored. Because perfect recompense does not occur here, it must occur in another realm, on the Day of Judgment. Allah, the Exalted, could administer full reward and punishment in this world, but His wisdom dictates otherwise. He grants people repeated opportunities to repent and reform, rather than seizing them immediately for their wrongdoing. Likewise, He does not grant believers their full reward here, for this world is not paradise. Faith itself is built upon belief in the unseen. If all reward and punishment were immediate and visible, faith would lose its meaning. The unseen reward of the hereafter is what gives faith its depth and sincerity. Fear of ultimate accountability and hope for eternal reward motivate a person to avoid sin and pursue righteous deeds. For the day of recompense to occur, the material world must come to an end. Reward and punishment can only be administered once all actions have ceased. Therefore, the conclusion of human deeds necessitates the eventual end of the physical universe. Chapter 45 Al-Jatiyah, verse 22.
For Allah created the heavens and the earth for a purpose, so that every soul may be paid back for what it has committed. And none will be wronged.
And chapter 41 Fussilat, verse 54.
Unquestionably He is of all things encompassing.
Reflecting on these realities strengthens one's conviction in the Day of Judgment. This renewed certainty encourages a person to prepare for it by using their blessings correctly, in accordance with the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. For this reason, a person must accept and live by Islamic teachings for their own benefit, even when those teachings clash with personal desires, ambitions, or comfort. This approach resembles that of a sensible patient who follows the instructions of a skilled doctor, despite being prescribed bitter medicine or a demanding treatment plan. Although the process may be uncomfortable, the patient understands that the doctor's guidance is based on knowledge they themselves do not possess, and that obedience to this guidance is the only path to genuine recovery. In the same way, the individual who submits to Islamic teachings will attain true well-being, stability, and inner harmony. This is because only Allah, the Exalted, possesses complete and perfect knowledge of the human being, both outwardly and inwardly. He alone knows what is required for a person to achieve a sound mental and physical state, and to correctly organize every aspect of life, including responsibilities, relationships, goals, and priorities. Human societies, despite vast research and continuous study, will always remain limited in their understanding. Their conclusions are shaped by restricted experience, incomplete data, short-term perspectives, and unavoidable bias. As a result, their advice cannot resolve every problem, prevent every form of emotional distress, or guide a person to consistently place everything and everyone in their proper position. No matter how advanced human knowledge becomes, it will never be comprehensive enough to fully understand the complexity of the human condition. By contrast, the knowledge of Allah, the Exalted, is absolute, timeless, and free from error. Out of His mercy, He has granted this perfect guidance to humanity through the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. The truth of this guidance becomes evident when one observes the difference between those who use the blessings they have been given, in accordance with Islamic teachings, and those who do not. The former, even when tested with hardship, often display clarity, restraint, and inner peace, while the latter frequently experience confusion, imbalance, and persistent anxiety, even if they appear outwardly successful or comfortable. It is also worth reflecting on how people naturally behave in worldly matters. Most patients accept medical advice without fully understanding the scientific mechanisms behind their treatment. They trust the doctor's expertise and act accordingly, knowing that refusal would likely worsen their condition. Allah, the Exalted, however, does not require people to accept Islam in this manner. Rather than demanding blind obedience, He invites reflection, reasoning, and thoughtful consideration. He wants people to recognize the truth and benefit of Islamic teachings through clear evidence and lived experience. This invitation, however, requires sincerity, intellectual honesty, and an open mind when approaching divine guidance. Chapter 12 Yusuf, verse 108.
Say, this is my way, I invite to Allah with insight, I and those who follow me.
Moreover, it must be understood that Allah, the Exalted, alone controls the spiritual hearts of people, which are the true source of peace, contentment, and emotional balance. No material success, ideology, or human system can grant tranquility to the heart independently of Him. Chapter 53 and Name, verse 43.
And that it is He who makes one laugh and weep.
It therefore becomes evident that Allah, the Exalted, grants peace of mind only to those who use the blessings He has bestowed upon them in the correct manner, as outlined in Islamic teachings. Genuine tranquility is not achieved through wealth, status, or indulgence in desire, but through alignment with divine guidance. Those who live by this guidance are granted a depth of peace that cannot be replicated by any worldly means. Chapter 16 and Nahl, verse 97.
Whoever does righteousness, whether male or female, while he is a believer, we will surely cause him to live a good life, and we will surely give them their reward in the hereafter according to the best of what they used to do.
All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, and may peace and blessings be upon His final messenger, Muhammad, his noble family and companions.